Sailing down behind the sun, waiting for the prince to come, praying for the healing rain to restore my soul again. Just a tow ride on the run. How did I get here? What have I done? When will all my hopes arise? How will I know him when I look in my Father's eyes? My Father's eyes. When I look in my Father's eyes. My Father's eyes. Then the light begins to shine, and I hear those ancient lullabies. And as I watch the seedling grow, feel my heart start to overflow. Where do I find the words to say? How do I teach him? What do we play? Bit by bit, I realize that's when I need them. That's when I need my Father's eyes. My Father's eyes. That's when I need my Father's eyes. My Father's eyes. Close your eyes, have no fear. The monster's gone, he's on the run, and your daddy's here. Beautiful, 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 beautiful boy. Beautiful, 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 beautiful boy. Before you go to sleep, say a little prayer. Every day in every way, it's getting better and better. Beautiful, 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 beautiful boy. Beautiful, 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 beautiful boy. Out on the ocean, the ships sail away. I can hardly wait to see you come of age. I guess we'll just have to be patient, 'cause it's a long way to go and a hard road. A long way to go, but in the meantime, before you cross the street, Take my hand. Life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Before you go to sleep, say a little prayer. Every day, in every way, it's getting better and better and better. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I know a girl, she puts the color inside of my world. But she's just like a maze, where all of the walls are continually change. And I've done all I can to stand on the steps with my heart in my hand. Now I'm starting to see, maybe it's got nothing to do with me. Fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Oh, you see that skin? It's the same she's been standing in since the day she saw him walking away. Now she's left cleaning up the mess he made. So fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Boys, you can break.
This is Sparta!
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos?
Beat for me.
It's fair.
Make sure that they hear me loud and clear if they ever wanna beef with me. Not a racist, I hate equally. Get in my face in black or white, it doesn't matter, I'ma break your teeth. It's like Joyner broke the internet, we're not a racist, and the song was great, but truthfully what I'm amazed with is the racist in response to it. Black people saying a white dude snapped, but a black dude didn't in response to it. Listen, I'ma make this black and white, get it black and white, skip it, let me get back to writing, and back to writing. I don't mean writing songs, I mean writing wrongs. That's the type of shit I'm on till my life is gone. I'm a rapper and an activist, fuck it, I'm a raptivist, trying to change the world, not just getting y'all to clap the shit. I give a fuck how they react to this, cause that's been a deciding factor. If I did half of this shit, I haven't. Cause the truth is, I've been here for years, cause you just now see me. Poof, bitch. You can all thank Nick, cause he now with Genie. Cause I wish the motherfucker would and you did. I don't start shit, all I start is movement. Guess I gotta make this shit in black and white. I don't give a shit about who black or white. Racists trying to make it so we can unite. Keep talking fuck shit, motherfucker.
Nobody panics when things go according to plan. If tomorrow I tell the press that like a gangbanger will get shot, nobody panics. Because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well then everyone loses their minds.
Ladies and gentlemen, he sounds sexier than he looks. The only reason any of us ever got laid is because he didn't get there first. For your auditory pleasure, don't look at him because you'll lose your erection. Put your hands together for Chuck Not So Black.
Thank you. How's everybody doing tonight? How's the sound? Can you guys hear everything all right? Oh, can you hear the boy? No, just sit in the chair and talk. See if they can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear the boy? No, just sit in the chair and talk. See if they can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. That's good. Shout out to everybody that showed up. Happy Father's Day out there to all the fathers, man. Shout out to Red Illusion. He was here first before everyone else, trying to accuse me of doing the cigarette and lottery ticket dash, the nefarious one where dad leaves and never comes back. We got a Georgia Swan up in the house. How's it going, ma'am? She says, take the kids, but make her work and pay child support. Jail is like a vacation. You know it. We got Rachel Smith over on Facebook watching us. Hey, Rachel, make sure you tell Randy I said Happy Father's Day and I miss him. And we got Brother Cybertoxin up in the house. What's up, brother? Red says Ethiopia had their own January 6th recently, except they actually did an insurrection. We got Georgia says Happy Father's Day. And then we got Watt Life up in the house. Greetings, beautiful people. Hope you all had a wonderful day. Actually, we had a pretty good day. See, in my house on Father's Day, I don't have to do nothing. I get to sit around, be lazy. Heck, normally I take off and go disappear for the day, don't I?
Yeah.
And leave mom with all you kids, don't I?
Yeah, but you didn't.
No, not today. Today I hung out. I figured I'd hop on here and let the boys sit and hang out for a minute. Watt said, I never had a father, but I had one heck of an awesome mother. Well, kudos to you, man, because you know what? A lot of times when fathers are absent, the sons end up with the short end of the stick when it comes to having a decent mom that actually does what they should to raise them right. What grade are you in now? First? Third? You sure they second?
Well, I was in second last year, but now I'm going in third.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You graduated? You passed second grade?
Yeah.
I thought for sure you failed.
I passed second grade.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, wait, they did send you your report card, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I passed second grade.
Just barely.
I passed.
You passed it. No, he actually did pretty good. He did really good. He's actually going to be in an excelled learning program next year, which me and Mom were actually really excited and proud of. But the reason why I brought him on is, since it's Father's Day, I figured we could ask him what he thinks of his father rather than me sitting and telling you at the beginning what type of father I am. You guys can ask him. If you guys got a question you want to ask the little dude, put it in the chat. He'll answer you.
Ask me questions.
But what do you think of your father? What do you think of your dad? Is he a decent guy or is he mean to you all the time?
He's a decent guy.
But he's mean to you all the time too, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of both?
Yeah. Like in the middle.
Like in the middle, yeah.
But he but he's mean to me on purpose.
On purpose? Why am I mean to you on purpose? Why is that? Is it mean, or do I just pick on you?
It's not really mean, but
What did I tell you when you first started school because you were worried about kids picking on you? Remember I said that you aren't ever going to have to worry about bullies because why?
because you're my biggest bully.
That's right. Because I'm his biggest bully. I'm going to be the one that bullies him. And that way, the way I see it is if I do it, I know that I'm doing it out of love, you know, and I'm teaching him how to be able to handle, you know, situations that are stressful and to be able to just shrug it off, you know. So chances are by the time he's in high school, by the time he's in middle school, I don't think anybody's going to be able to bother you, are they? They probably can't bother you now, can they?
No, not really. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot.
So, me and you was talking the other day, man. Remember me and you talking about Grace and Colin?
Yeah.
You miss them, don't you?
Yeah.
How long has it been since you got to see them?
I don't know. A while.
Long time? Since we lived in the house in Ohio?
Yeah.
That's been, what, like 3-4 years now? Something like that? 4, I think 4 now.
Probably.
Do you think it's fair that you don't get to see them anymore?
No.
And because somebody didn't want me to see them, that you get punished?
No.
No. What do you know, because I can't remember if Grace turns 18 this year or next year. Have you ever thought about what you might want to talk to her about
No.
when you get to see her again? You don't even think about that anymore?
No.
No? You just know you miss them, and that's about it? See, what's wild about that is I wish I had access, like real quick access of some of the old videos, because him and his older sister and older brother used to be so tight. They used to be like, quit spinning a chair. You got to look at the camera so they can see you, you big dork. But they used to be like best friends, you know, and he looked up to him so much, and he had a hard time with it when his brother and sister were first taken from him. And it wasn't anything he did, you know, but he got punished for it. And see, that's the thing. I don't think it's right that even his older brother and sister should have to know a life where they go like extended periods of time without me. Could you imagine me not being in your life?
No.
No. Could you imagine that being like months or even years on end not seeing me? What would you do if Mom said, you know what, I'm packing up stuff and you and the kids are leaving, or me and the kids are leaving? How do you think you'd react? Be mad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask Mom what she's thinking.
Yeah. I'd be like, what do you think you're telling me?
What's up, Rage? So, who do you think you're more like? Do you think you're more like Mom or more like Dad?
I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing I do know.
What?
I know you don't remember your peepaw very much. Quit spinning the chair. But you have a lot of your peepaw's mannerisms. That's who you remind me of. And you're tall and lanky like he was. You know, your grandpa, your mom's dad, he was like, I think about 6'2", real tall. He was taller than me. I still remember when Mom brought you home from the hospital to go see him, how scared he was to hold you. He was scared to death. He was afraid he was going to drop you and break you. You know, because he's in a wheelchair and had rheumatoid arthritis, and so he had a hard time picking stuff up. But he loved you to death, boy. The happiest day of his life was when he found out he was going to have a grandson of his own that was going to be part of his bloodline. You know that? He's okay. Red Illusion asks, how do you feel about the new sibling that's going to overtake all the attention that you get? You don't get no attention anyhow, do you?
No.
Who gets all the attention now?
Lily.
So, how do you feel about having a baby sister on the way?
Well, I probably don't like it very much.
Why not?
Because there's another person running around the house, and I only get a little bit of attention, and she's going to steal that little bit of attention from me.
Well, see, what happens is now you're just going to have to, like I told you the other day. Remember when I told you the other day that I'm going to give you about 3 hours to decide who you're going to ally with, the girls or your dad?
Yeah.
Have you made a decision? Who you allying with? Yeah, that's probably the smart choice. Red said it. That's based, which means that's a pretty acceptable answer. How do you feel about the fact that you got 2 baby sisters that are going to look up to you and expect you to basically look out for them when they get older? Or do you think that Lily's going to take that place with her baby sister?
I don't know.
You don't know? Or do you even care at this point? You don't care, do you? Just so long as they leave your video games alone, right?
Yeah, really.
And stay out of your room.
Just stay out of my room and don't mess with my video games. That's all I ask.
Right. So, would you want another dad? If you could have a different dad and pick your dad, would you pick someone new?
I don't know.
You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You wouldn't keep me?
I probably would.
You're just saying that now because I said what? You see that? He doesn't even know if he would keep his dad. You think anybody else would teach you all the things I've been trying to teach you?
No.
No? Probably not. He is a smart kid for the most part. I mean, there's times that I got to remind myself that he's only 8, to be honest with you. You excited about school next year?
Yeah.
Yes and no?
Kind of.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that as a dad, I'm too hard on you about things? Like when you mess up and get in trouble? Because let's be honest, you mess up and get in trouble, don't you?
Yeah.
But not as frequently as you used to.
Yeah.
Do you, when you mess up, just to, be transparent with everybody, are you scared of me because you're afraid I'm going to hurt you?
No.
Or would you say that you're more like you're upset and hurt because you disappointed me, so you're disappointed in yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah? More like that? Oh, don't you know, Red? I am Batman. Ain't I?
Yeah.
And you can't prove otherwise because you've never seen me and Batman in the same place at the same time. So, but, what is your favorite thing about me? I know what my favorite thing about you is.
What is it?
I'm not telling you until you tell me. I asked you the question first. Okay, how about this? What's your least favorite thing about me? That should be real easy.
When I get in trouble.
When you get in trouble?
Yeah.
Why? What don't you like when you get in trouble?
I get punished usually.
Yeah. Like what's a normal type of punishment that I would dish out? You got to think that hard on it. How many times have I taken your what away?
Games.
Yeah, that's the first thing that usually goes, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
And then what comes after that, if you continue up?
TV.
And tablet.
Yeah.
And then you get stuck with nothing but books.
Yeah.
You want to know my least favorite thing is about you?
What?
Your smart ass mouth.
Yeah, I actually can agree on that.
You want to know my favorite thing is about you?
Yeah.
Your smart ass mouth.
So you don't like it and you do?
Yeah, because you remind me of me with that. Because I used to be like that. And you drive me nuts because you ask questions about everything. So what's your favorite thing about me? He has nothing to say. Imagine that.
A lot.
So, is there anything you think I can't fix? Do you think I can fix everything that's broken? You used to think I could.
I don't know if, like, anything. Like anything in the world?
No, anything around the house.
Oh, anything around the house.
Like, could you picture something breaking and me calling someone else to come fix it?
No.
Or would you be like surprised if I did something like that rather than trying to fix it myself?
I think you would try to fix it yourself.
Now, let me ask you this. What do you think about me and your mom together as your mom and dad? You probably like, what do you mean by that, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever see, do you think me and mom, do we ever not show each other love? Do you think that we don't love each other?
No.
No?
I think you always love each other.
Do you think that, do you think, how do I want to word this?
So that I can understand it?
Yeah. Could you picture me and mom, or better yet, who do you think is me and mom's best friends?
You and mom?
You and mom? I can't fix world hunger. You're right. Here's one. Have you ever in your life seen me and your mom argue and fight about anything?
No, not really. Not that I remember.
Do you ever hear me and mom like get loud with each other?
No.
You've heard us have disagreements, haven't you?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Usually we're talking about stuff going on in the world, though, that we disagree with, don't we?
Yeah.
But as far as when it comes to how we want to raise you and run our house, do you think me and mom are pretty on the same level?
Yeah.
And if we aren't, let me ask you this, if we aren't, does mom make me concede to her, or does mom take my decision as the final choice?
Probably your decision.
Mom, you think mom puts a lot of faith in me too?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think mom would be lost if I wasn't here? You think she'd have a hard time running the show?
Yeah, maybe. Probably.
Do you think you'd be able to pick up the slack?
No.
No? That's a lot of slack, ain't it? Well, I tell you what, the one thing I will say is I will give my wife credit, because this little dude right here is the only child I have that I've gotten to see grow up every day of his life from the time he was in her womb until he's 8 years old now. He's the only kid that I've seen grow up every day to the point to where he just looks like him, and I don't see a difference in him physically every time I go to pick him up because his bedroom's upstairs, you know. And the one thing I will say to my wife is she'll never know how much that means to me, you know, how much that matters, that I got it. I've been given the chance to be a father, a real father. But, is there anything you want to say to anybody before I kick you out of the room and I start getting into, you know, the discussion about stuff? I got a model rocket. You want to shoot it off this week?
Yeah.
Well, maybe tell them about that. Maybe we'll do a live this week and shoot off a model rocket.
So, do you guys think that me and Dad should shoot off a model rocket this week?
So basically, to all the guys that caught the first time we did it, what was it, last summer?
Yeah.
Me and him built a model rocket, and we launched it up, and this year we built another one that's about probably 2.5 foot tall. And we'll probably end up shooting it off again, probably sometime this week since it's nice out. We'll have another rocket launch, you know, see if we can't send the space shuttle recovery. Actually, we'll send the space shuttle, we'll call it Space Shuttle Insurrection. See if we can get it to crack through the dome, the firmament. That's for another day. Shoot it to the moon. That's what they say, shoot it to the moon.
Yay.
But I just want to let you know that I love you to death, buddy, and I'm really proud of you. You're turning into a pretty good young man, you know. There's a whole lot of things that other parents have to deal with, and I don't have to deal with that out of you. All right? So I want you to know I'm proud of you and I love you. So give me a hug, tell me good night, and go lay down on the couch and watch TV and get out of here. All right? Love you.
Love you. Night.
Night. Hey, make sure you shut that door, okay?
Bye.
Bye. I think, did you see that? I think he was about to tear up when I told him that I was proud of him and that I loved him. Holy shit. That don't happen very often. Usually you don't tear up except for when I'm yelling and screaming at him. Paste. I'm dropping a link. Oh, you're leaving already? Man, Rage, I was going to pull up some videos, man, to go over. Because you know what? Tonight is also a shout out to all the dads that don't have their kids in their life. Thank you. I appreciate that, Red. I really do. I'm a firm believer that a kid is a reflection of yourself. You know, not only your kids, but actually your wife as well. You know, everybody in your house is a reflection. Oh, saying bye to the kid. Well, I dropped the link, man, if you want to hop up, because I'm going to pull up a couple videos that I found of some ratchetry, but I also got some good videos too of dads being amazing. You know, so I got a little bit of both, but you know, I also wanted to make sure take today, since it is Father's Day, and point out, let's not forget and remind people how many women are out there robbing fathers of the ability to be fathers and robbing their own children of the ability to have a father. You know, me personally, I am sick to death of this culture in America where they automatically assume that when there's a single mother, that it's something that the dad did that wrong to cause it. And don't ever question or second guess that maybe possibly it's the mother of some of these kids literally holding their children hostage and using them as weapons of mass destruction to cause nothing but stress and chaos in somebody's life. So and see me, I have two kids that I don't get to see anymore, so I understand that pain and that struggle. But at the same time, I have kids here at home that I have every day that I get to watch and be involved in their growth. So there's always a tug of war going on my heart, because Grace and Colin, I miss you guys to death. And I want you to know that I love you and I think about you every day. Plain and simple. Yeah, it was actually 5 years ago today that your mom took you away from me. And see, it's that type of stuff. That's how evil some of these women are. That, like their mom literally took my kids from me on Father's Day. Let me see them for 15 minutes and then picked them up and caused a big old stink on my front porch. Had all three of the kids crying and bawling their eyes out. I'm talking Grace, Colin, and Michael. And told me if I ever wanted to see him again, that I would get a lawyer and serve her papers. And I know there's a lot of people who say, well, why don't you continue fighting? Well, how many thousands of dollars should a person have to continue to spend over and over and over again just to see their kids? How many times should they have to take someone to court over and over and over again just to see their kids? How many times should a woman be allowed to get away with violating court orders that are already established, forcing a dad to have to spend unnecessary money and waste undue time and take time off of work just to be able to see his kids? It's the shit needs to come to an end. I mean, something needs to be done about it. There's a lot of fathers out there that are really suffering, that, and these women know it that are doing it. They do. There's men out there right now, today, at this very moment, probably contemplating whether or not they want to take their life because it's been a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, a year, 2 years, a decade, 2 decades since they've seen their kids. There's men out there that have went so long without seeing their kids that they wouldn't even recognize them if they saw them. That they still have the same image burn in their mind when they were taken from them. Like I said, I can't remember if Grace is going to be 18 this year or next year. I can't for some reason. I don't understand why. But I'm going to tell you what, that image of her at 13 years old is still burning in my brain. That's the last image I have of her. And it's like her and her brother Colin are frozen in time. And all I have is the memories. And there's a lot of other men out there just like that all they have is the memories. And they're so broken and so fragile right now that they could end it all in a moment. And you know what? The one thing that could save them and heal them is just to have their child's arms wrapped around them again. Just to hear them say daddy one more time. That could heal a broken father instantly. And it could probably heal a lot of the problems with that broken child. Because let's keep it real. That child's just as broken by being alienated and manipulated by whoever it is in their environment. Because when that kind of stuff happens, it isn't done just to get back at the father. it's done literally to destroy any positive memory that child has of that father as well. And how evil do you got to be as a person to sit and think that your feelings and your anger, your angst, or your animosity towards your child's father is more important than your child's own happiness? I mean, it's disgusting. And the fact of the matter is there's a system set up that allows it, that perpetuates it, and continues to fuel it. Separating and destroying perfectly healthy families, destroying the potential for a positive future, destroying children's futures. I mean, just the destruction of the family and the children themselves is a multi-billion-dollar industry in this country. Multi-billion-dollar industry. What's up, Red? How you doing?
What's up, man? Happy Father's Day. You earned it.
I appreciate that, man. I really do. I don't know if I really so much earned it, because I'm just a guy doing his job. You know what I'm saying? The best I can.
Yeah, doing the thing that all of our ancestors did before us.
What's that?
Having offspring and taking care of them.
Oh, you mean repopulating?
Yeah, kind of
right.
Like the natural desire of every organism on this earth.
Right.
But I've been seeing this study get thrown around recently, and the headline of it is, it shows black fathers are the most involved in their child's lives. But when you actually look at the study, it's only fathers that are actually involved with their child's lives. And of that group of men, we can see differentiation.
I actually have the link to that study too.
Oh yeah, it's a very interesting study.
Well, see, the thing is, a lot of people don't understand is that it's a very biased study too, because the people that were polled, it was private individuals that answered the poll. Yeah. So basically, what they did is they asked the answer to fathers and let the fathers be the ones who responded. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The kids or the mothers weren't asked anything in this.
Oh shit! I thought you guys were all. I thought I was showing everybody. My bad. What's up, Rage?
What up, man?
Doing what it is I do. Happy Father's Day to you, sir.
Yeah, happy Father's Day. You're doing a good job. Your kid was making you look good.
Hey, you know what? Somebody's got to make me look good because I make me look dumb.
You put my kid on the block like that, I'll go to prison.
Nah, he's come a long way, and the one thing that me and Mom made sure we let him know this year is this is the first year that he's had in school where we didn't get a phone call because of him having a violent outburst. From kindergarten to first grade, those first 2 years, like the first year in kindergarten, the first couple of weeks, and even throughout the year, that was a rough one because he was one of those kids that if you said something to him or he did something wrong and couldn't do it, he would like flip out and just like a maniac, And finally, I think there was,
Did he go to preschool?
Yes, he did. Actually, check this out.
So those first 2 years were probably him, just making his checks and balances with the social hierarchy around him.
No, well, it was. Be honest with you, I think that had, and me and his mom's talked about this. Me and her both think that flipping out had to do with him watching his brother and sister getting taken from him. It's something subconscious,
Yeah.
Because he didn't start doing that until that happened. But he doesn't do it no more. I finally threatened to beat him half to death, and get it out of him.
That'll do it.
I mean, because there were sometimes, man, like he would sit and scream like a lunatic, like a bloody murderer, and act like insane, like a crazy man, like he needed to be on medication, go see a head shrink. And there's one day I had to break it down to him, like, dude, do you realize if you keep acting like this, that somebody's going to think something's wrong at home, and they're going to come and take you from us?
Yeah.
I said, is that what you want? I said, because the way you reflect, the way you present yourself out when you're in school and this, that, and the other, they actually think that that's a reflection of home, because it is. So
Yeah,
if
it
you
is.
don't, if you don't get this under control,
bad enough, not only will they take that child from you, they'll put them on medication.
It's not a reflection of home, it's the teacher. I'll tell you right now, my kid went through that phase. You want to know what I did? I committed him.
Well, no, see, like I said, Rage, I don't, it wasn't a teacher. This was something that it wasn't just done at school. He would do it at home too, you know, and,
No,
and
but
that's
what
why
I'm
me and the
saying
wife
is
think that
you
that's why me and the wife,
bro.
well, trust me, me and the wife are very heavily, very, very active and involved in school. All right. Like, so that's why me and her both honestly believe that this was, it was something. It was honestly, I think it was a mental trigger from him having his two best friends that he looked forward to seeing every Wednesday and every other weekend and half the summer, literally ripped out of his life.
Yeah, that's traumatic too, man.
You know, that day was a traumatic event to him. He doesn't remember it like I do, but he remember. Look, kind of like I was saying, the image of his brother and sister is frozen in time from when, like with me, from them when they were basically at that time. I think Colin was 10 or 11 and Grace was 13 or 14. You know, so those are the mental images that we have. They're basically frozen in time to us.
And my ex-wife did all that shit to my kids, man. I went through all that. I mean, until I eventually got full 100% custody, I went through all that shit. You know?
Right.
I mean, but now it's been 15 years. I've had 100% full custody.
Well, I think Grace turns 18, either turned 18 this year or turns 18 this January coming up. And I'm hoping that she will reach out to me when she does turn 18. Because at that point, her mom can't do, huh?
So she's with your ex right now?
Yeah, she's held her hostage from me for, this will be the 5th Father's Day, because she took him from me on Father's Day.
Wow. So she's turning 18 this year.
Yeah.
If I believe she will reach out to you, because this is the time a lot of girls that age really get.
Well, me and her had the thing is me and her had a really, really close bond and relationship too. You know, and I think that had a lot to do with why her mom took him away, because me and those kids, we actually started bonding even more, because, well, you see, the thing is I moved closer. I actually, you know, once me and the wife got together and we had Mikey and stuff and got married, and then after their mom finally decided to, you know, settle down and root herself, and she bought a house. Well, the wife talked me into me and her getting a house in the same town that the kids were in. That way all the kids could grow up a little closer together. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, you know, 30 minutes away, or I think it was like 30, 40 minutes away from each other, you know? And I didn't want to, but I did, you know? And I enjoyed it. I'm glad I did.
You've got 3 with your current wife now, or 2?
2 and 1 on the way.
Right, 3. Yeah, so 3.
Yeah. So there's 2. So my youngest daughter and my daughter on the way don't even know their brother and sister. Don't even know they exist. You know, and see, that's the thing, you know, is not only, imagine how that's going to affect not only them when they get older, but Grace and Colin, when they're able to reach out if they want, when they find out that they weren't just robbed of being a part of their younger brother's life. They were literally robbed of being a part of an entire family unit.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't.
I was robbed of my entire father's side growing up, and like reconciling that and coming to the family members on that side, it's a hard thing, man. It's not it's not like you just say, oh, so you're my sister, you're my aunt, you're my grandmother. It's a hard thing.
Right. I bet.
I come from a broken family, so I don't talk to anybody. So I mean,
well, I came from a broken family too. I mean, my mom and dad were divorced most of my life.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the basic family unit these days in America. It's broken.
I'll tell you what, if I could write a book on my dad's divorce, I mean, my dad and mom's divorce, I'll tell you what, I'd have people fucking pissing their pants. I think that was the best divorce in fucking history. If you thought, what was that movie? What was that movie where they tried to kill each other, where Danny DeVito was in it?
Don't Throw Mama from the Train?
No. The one where Danny DeVito was a psychiatrist and the couple was trying to kill himself. What was the name of that movie?
Oh, hell, I don't know.
Anyway, my parents' divorce was better than that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that shit was the fucking best. I'll tell you what. I wish all divorces could be. I wish my divorce was like that. It was fucking great. Yeah, but I mean, for me, I was older when they got divorced. So, I mean, there was all sorts of shenanigans with the kids and with everything going on, dude. I'll tell you what, my dad was fucking everybody. I found sisters and shit I never even knew I had. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, isn't it funny how that works?
Yeah. Dude, my dad was living, let me tell you something. I don't know how he did it because at the age I'm at, I'm tired just with one family. Dude, he had two families, two separate households, two everything, and no one ever knew about it.
Really?
And I'm talking about for like a 20-year run.
Damn, talking about keeping secrets.
Yo, you want to know what's funny? Both houses were almost exactly the same. The same shit that was in my house was in that house. Everything was exactly like, bro. It was nuts.
Wow.
Yeah. I give my dad props for that. I do. I don't even hate him for it because my mother was a psycho anyway, but I give him props.
Right.
You know, but he stayed around for the kids. And
Were you talking about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Oh, yeah. Dude, you want to talk about Cuckoo's Nest, bro? I can tell you stories. I'd have YouTube pissing their pants. My mother once took my car. Remember the Dodge Stealth? It was like the Mitsubishi 3000 GT. You remember that car?
I remember the Mitsubishi 3000.
Dodge Stealth, yeah.
Well,
I remember that too. Yeah, my buddy had one.
I had a brand new Dodge Stealth, and my mother took the keys off the key ring and took my car, found my dad in his Mercedes, and was smashing him around a parking lot like a pinball machine, bro. The cops were there. The cops didn't even stop her. They were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Smashed my car up, man. 17.
She was.
Huh?
So she was driving your car.
She took my car, found my dad. He was driving.
Father's with it,
dude. Around the parking lot, was hitting him back and forth around the parking lot like a pinball machine. Did $17,000 worth of damage to my Stealth.
Oh my goodness.
And the insurance company wouldn't total it. I'm like, dude, it's $17,000. It's half the value of the car. They would not total it. They wanted to fix it.
Please total it. But at this point,
bro, but I tell you what, the cops literally were laughing so hard, and the problem is the cops all knew us. They all knew, you know, we were friends with a lot of the cops at the time, and they just sat there fucking laughing while my mother was hitting them around the parking lot and freaking. Oh, dude, it's fucking crazy.
The things they let these fucking bitches get away with, man.
Dude, I'll tell you what.
If you notice, like, cops know about the people involved in domestic violence disputes more than they know the thugs on the street.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'll tell you what. New Jersey has to be the most, when it comes to divorces and when it comes to women, they're the most corrupt state in the friggin' nation. It doesn't matter how good of a father you are, how good of a job you have. That mother, crackhead and all, on food stamps in a crack house will get those kids anyway. 100%.
Jersey.
Yep. She will get those kids without contact.
I know a lot of guys from Jersey. I know a lot of guys from Jersey who grew up in those types of households.
Yeah.
And they are some of the most despicable men I know.
Dude, let me tell you something. I walked into court. I was fighting my ex-wife in court in Jersey, and this is why I moved to Florida. I can explain that story. But I went to court in Jersey. The judge literally ordered me $475 a week in child support for one child. I showed my pay stubs and everything. She goes, "You're a liar. You're a contractor. I know what you make." Boom, $475 a week.
This is a picture of Mikey when he was like maybe a month old, dude.
Little guy.
Wait, up to $500 a week. What's that a month? That's that's like
$475 a week.
Yeah, that's like almost $2,000 a month.
You want to know what I did?
You could provide for like 4 kids with that.
You want to know what I did? I told her to go fuck herself right in court. I said 3 hots and a cot, and I walked out the fucking doors.
Hey, this is him putting on Mexican face, being a cholo.
Racist.
I got one like that.
That's good.
Yo, it's so funny that me and you both have kids named Mikey, and they're both little like I call mine my little redheaded stepchild. I think the red hair comes from my mom.
Named after me, dude.
Well, his name, my kid's named after me too, but he came out with red hair.
This is me and my daughter. The last year we were together, me taking her to the last father-daughter dance that we got to go.
Oh shit! That's crazy. Yo, I have to say this. I know women are gonna get mad on this.
Hey, dude, we went to that last father-daughter dance in a stretch limo.
Good for you, bro.
That's how you do it.
You want to know? Yo, you want to know what's crazy? And I gotta give you props, Snowman. Is you're a damn good dad. For me, I went through so much trauma with my ex-wife and my fucking kids. Not that I disconnected from my kids. I've always been a good father, and I've always trained them. I mean, I was a military dad. I trained them military style and stuff like that. But I lost that good father connection. I lost that. I can't say friendship because no parent should really be friends with their child. You know, you should always parent your child. But I lost that connection with my kids. I mean, I guess I have it now with my 13-year-old, but I never, after all the trauma I went through with my ex-wife and everything I went through with my kids, I was never, after all those years, ever to reconnect and be the father I was. I totally changed forever.
I'll be honest with you, Mike. I think that the only reason why I didn't is because I had Mikey there with me. I'm gonna tell you what. I tell him all the time that he is solely responsible for me keeping my shit. He saved my life when all that happened. If it wasn't for him, I would that would have broke me to the limit. If I probably would have went off and did some, sinister shit. You know what I'm saying? But he caused me to have to sit and think about something other than me.
Yeah.
You're fortunate enough for that. Like, I'll tell you what, like, even remember Virginia gun rights rally?
Uh-huh.
I remember that very day when I was leaving to get on that plane, and I hugged my kids goodbye thinking I wasn't coming back. I mean, I knew, number one, that the feds already played me the recording that they had a hit out on me and they were trying to kill me. But then with the rally itself, we didn't know the events in course that was going to happen. So, I mean, I remember hugging my kids and be like, yo, love you, peace, I'm out. And not that I had that disconnect. I just loved my country and was willing to die for my country and my family.
Right.
And
sorry, I didn't realize that I was missing people in the chat. What's up, Beak? Didn't see you out there. I was busy in my files and stuff. I'm not ignoring you guys, just to let you know. Usually I'm better about that. But check this out. I got a video. And this woman in this video reminds me of Grace and Colin's mom. Straight up. Because the shit that she's doing to her child is what my ex did to me. When me and my wife first met, I was a broken man, be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I was a broken man that really I didn't want to be serious with a woman. But at that time I was only seeing my kids she would drop them off on Saturday and pick them up I'd take take them back home on Sunday. All right. Instead of dropping them off on Friday like they're supposed to be. And then I never got them on Wednesdays. So when the wife got into my life and she's like, why do you see your kids so little? Aren't you supposed to get them like every other weekend and on Wednesdays? And I was like, yeah. She's like, well, why don't you start doing that? Spending more time with your kids. Dude, I remember I went through multiple fights, like battles with this woman. I went through a battle with having to get my kids from Friday to Sunday. Then I went through a battle on getting my kids on Wednesdays. Dude, I used to drive the 40 minutes every Wednesday from Lima, Ohio to St. Mary's, Ohio, just to see them and help them with their homework on Wednesday evening for a couple hours, whether it was at their mom's house or we went to the park or we went and had dinner together every Wednesday. Then when the first summer that I wanted the kids for half the summer, I thought that I was going to have to, take her to court over it again. And finally, because I got her to concede, I was like, you do realize you go to court, they're just going to sit and tell you that you have to let me do it because it's already ruled on. It's one of them things I could never get her to understand. I could never understand or get her to understand. I could never understand why she wanted, because it wasn't just me that had to keep spending money at this point for a lawyer. It isn't like that I'm talking about having a baby mama that was on welfare and shit. You know what I'm saying? So she had a good job. She worked at Honda. So she had to spend money on a lawyer too. And I could never get it to register in my brain why this woman was okay with her also having to spend money on a lawyer every time.
They don't care. It's revenge. Listen, my ex-wife when she took my son, when I left the first time, mind you, 9 months I didn't see my boy. He was 2 years old, 9 months. When I came back finally, because I was $20,000 in arrear child support because I refused to fucking pay fucking $475 a month. I always provided for him, but I wasn't giving her the money. He was getting everything he needed, and that was the way it was. And I'll tell you what, I came back, my kid wasn't even the same. Whatever they did to him, however they brainwashed him, still to this day, he's 18 years old. He's never the freaking same. And she was a scumbag. And even in Florida, she took him, bro. You want to hear a story? You want to hear how I got 100% custody? I let her take the kids out of Florida, and I moved to Florida on purpose because it's grandparents have no rights. So they can't come in and try to take the kids if the mother doesn't get the kids. Right. So at 4 a.m, I got a call. Come get your kids or I'm putting them in child care. I'm putting them in foster care. Swear to God, 4 o'clock in the morning. I jumped in my car, called my boss, drove all the way to North Carolina from Florida, picked up my kids, brought them back, and she never saw them ever since. And I got 100% full custody in the state of Florida, and that was it.
But watch this video real quick, man, because this is going to blow your mind.
When I first watched this, it was confusing to me, so I'm going to freeze it right here and break it down to you. So this is a kindergarten graduation. The daughter's name is Ella. Her parents are no longer together, so right here, this is her biological dad, and the guy in the white shirt is the mom's boyfriend. Supposedly, the mother is trying to keep the father away from Ella. So he pulls up to Ella's graduation, and the boyfriend tries to stop him. Now, one question that I have, and I think all of us are also wondering this, why are we trying to keep Ella away from her?
Look at that death grip she's got on her
one
dad.
Question I have is, why are these the only black people here?
First of all, I don't care if that's the boyfriend. If he ain't raised that kid for a long time, he ain't got no right keeping any man away from his father. And I'll tell you what.
Yeah, what is
he has no business. He has no business trying to get in between a man and his father.
He would have been laid out right in the middle of graduation. I don't care if it was kindergarten. Right in the middle of graduation, I would have laid him out. I would put him in his place.
But like I said, look at that little girl. How she has got a death grip on her daddy. Death grip on him.
Yeah, you can tell she doesn't love the man and her mom is with.
No. Yeah, you can look. You can tell that she looks like she is scared. That's the only
Yep.
time
And
a
this guy
kid grabs
who
a
was
hold of their
narrating the
dad like
video,
that is when they're scared.
this guy also looks like he was just caught by an expert fisherman who's narrating the video.
Father.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like the abusive type. As you can see, she's like latching on to him. She loves her father. So I'm trying to figure out like what's the issue here. There's multiple clips that got posted yesterday, and they're all at 10 million views each.
The issue
So,
is
like,
the baby mama.
let's just do some digging.
Listen. You're not going to do anything because she is my
What
child.
a bitch.
You know, and that's something that I heard, and I've heard it being said to other men by their kids' mom. You know, it's funny how it's their child when dad wants to see them, but when they need some money, all of a sudden it's dad's child.
And imagine this narrative. The guy is getting like, oh, this is my child, and their father is trying to, you know, like steal my children away. And
right.
Her boyfriend is like, oh, I gotta protect these kids from their evil, abusive father. And really, all of this is because of the mother. She's designing this entire drama to take place here.
It's a not allowing him to have a moment with his daughter, putting their hands on an off-duty police officer, not even realizing who he was. Damn, y'all touched the cop? The cops were asking her to give him a moment. That's all he wanted till court. Damn, look at her face. She's fucking steamed, bro. Y'all
that right there is what my ex, man, I remember seeing that same look from my ex. Every time she was told.
What the fuck is he mad about? That's not even your kid. Why are you mad? Maybe there's
that motherfucker right there would have got clubbed if it was me.
You would have been out on that gym floor.
I mean, I feel like he's just in it for the pussy.
Is just a threat to his own child.
No, see, the thing is though, is he literally tried to get in between that dad and his daughter. He tried to stop that dad from getting his daughter.
But remember this: that boyfriend only knows the lies that woman tells him. Remember that.
That lady might be
I know, but that being said, that doesn't exonerate him of being stupid and trying to hinder a dad from going up to his daughter.
Here's what men don't understand.
Still liable to get knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, but here's what boyfriends don't understand. Yo, you're never going to stop dad rage. I don't care how skinny. I don't care how small the man is. I don't care how geeky he is. If you prevent him from seeing his kids, I don't care who stands in the fucking way. They're not going to be standing in the way anymore once he runs through them like a freaking train.
Because
the safest game you can play is to not get with a girl that has kids with another man.
Look, the bottom line is that's like, look, the whole situation with my ex's fucking now husband. He tried that shit with me. You know, he's partially responsible for why I don't see my kids anymore. Because I don't know what he's got on my ex, but he's the one that talked her into some dumb shit. But what he doesn't realize, he might think that he got away with some shit, but I'm a patient, devious motherfucker. I'm actually being decent and giving his daughters a chance to grow up before I make them orphans.
You're better than me, bro. Let me tell you, you want to know how nuts I went, bro? I'll tell you what. I didn't see my kid. I actually followed the judge to his house. You want to talk about fucking crazy? You want to talk about how crazy dads can be when they don't get to see their kids? I actually followed that man to his house. And let me tell you something. When I found out who he was, when I found out who his family was, I can go behind the scenes of the story. Let's just say I handled the situation, but he's lucky I didn't get out my car that day. Because that judge would, I don't care what judicial system he was part of, that day, he wouldn't have been standing ever again. You hold a man from his children, there is no law, there's no FBI, There's no man. I don't care if it's the strongest man in the fucking world. He's not going to stop you.
Do you guys remember that guy in the 80s or the 1990s? But his best friend had taken his son to like California, and he assaulted him. And when it turned out that his best friend was, assaulting his son, when the guy got captured, he went while he was being transported to the police. He went and he blew his brains out on camera.
No, I don't remember that. But what are you using to be on this stream, man? Are you using your phone?
No, I'm on a laptop right now outside.
Because, dude, you keep cracking and fuzzing. Like, we can hear you, but it just keeps coming in and out like a radio station.
Hold on. Let me reconnect to my internet.
But yeah, in this case, bro, listen, I don't care who you are. You never stand in the way of a man's love for his kids. And women need to listen. Women, I hate to say this, men are war machines. Women are fucking evil. And I don't care what woman is watching this. I'm probably going to be hit up as a misogynist and a piece of shit and I hate women, but that's not the case. When it comes to children and when it comes to using children against a man, women are just pure mother. Dude, I would tell you what.
Just wait, dude. Just wait. I'm about to show even worse than this. Even worse than this. All right.
Let me tell you something. I'd rather face Satan.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Face a woman like that.
That dude that my ex is married to, he was warned by multiple people in the town that he's in because he lives in the town I grew up in. All right. What's up, Shauno? And they told him, you're lucky that he's got another child at home and that this ain't 10 years ago, because 10 years ago, he didn't think about consequences. He would have broke both your legs and put you in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. You don't understand the lengths that dude will go to prove his fucking point. And he didn't care. He wanted to keep pushing and keep pushing. He doesn't realize that Michael was the start. These 3 kids I got here, they're the only thing that saved his life. The only thing.
You're lucky, bro.
Because look, dude, I got to at least make sure that I'm around until they're adults.
You are lucky because I'll tell you what. I moved to the great state of Oklahoma where it's supposed to be conservative, but I got to deal with small town politics. And I'll tell you what, I used to be a huge advocate for cops. I fucking can't stand them now.
I can't either. And it's because of having to deal with this shit, dude, is what started.
I got PTSD. I shit you not. I got PTSD. I was jumped by 5 cops in fucking Jersey, and I carried that weight with me for a very long time. And mind you, I fucked them up anyway. And then I went, it's a long story. But anyway, I just I got to a point, man, where I can't fucking stand cops. I can't stand shit like this. I can't stand when cops get involved in shit like this, when women are taking fucking kids. I can't stand judges that get involved in this. I just can't, man.
What pisses me off about it is the fact of their lack of involvement when it's needed. That's what pisses me off. You motherfuckers will come over here and force me to hand over my kids or threaten to arrest me if this bitch calls and says that I did anything to her. But I call you guys and want you just to enforce a court order, and now all of a sudden you can't get involved.
Dude, you know what I hate? I hate now the fact that you're guilty before proven innocent.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you feel when you go to
fucking way around.
Right, when you go to family court, you're basically you have to prove innocence of a crime you never committed.
Exactly. And that's dude, I think right now the overreach with the police departments and the judicial system, the fact of the matter that anyone can go to the police station and make a false report and not face repercussions, and you are literally guilty. You know the shit I'm going through right now, right? I'm sure you heard, right?
Uh-huh.
So, long story short, I'm going through some shit now. I'm not. My wife is, actually. But I've been facing this corrupt-ass fucking judicial system forever, and when I tell you I'm angry, bro, I'm at the point of no return. And I see crap like this, and it gets me even angrier. Like, Women don't understand. You keep poking the bear, and you wonder why everyone paints man as a bad image. Because when you keep on poking the bear and you push a man, our natural instincts are eventually going to kick in. And
Like
there's no stopping us.
Look, Mike, I'm telling you, like I said, the only thing that has saved that man's life is the fact he doesn't realize that my kids that I have at home are saving his life. His old lady doesn't realize that my kids at home are what's keeping her 2 daughters that she has with them from being fucking orphans. Because dude, I'm gonna tell you what, it took everything I had to even put them first. The rage that was inside of me, like I felt like a madman. I was going crazy, literally going crazy.
I know that
I was
rage,
I was getting pulled in both directions, man. You know what I'm saying?
I know that rage, and let me tell you something. You know a strong man, and people don't understand this. That's what a strong man is. When you're able to take self-control and put precedence over your ambition or your instinct, that creates one of the strongest men in the world. And I don't think many people understand that or give men credit for that, because I'm telling you what, you're a better man than I am.
No, I'm not, man.
I can literally start a war without an army. People don't understand that. I can literally start my own war, my own arsenal without a fucking army. People are very lucky that as the older I got, I became vigilant. See, for you to be able to hold back like that and think of your kids and your family, that makes you a better man than most.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how I did it. Probably a lot of it was the wife's support too, man. You know, TJ Brown, thank you. We appreciate it. And you know what? I know I had a great day of doing absolutely nothing. I did absolutely nothing. I had my dinner served to me right here in my dungeon, you know, all that good stuff. But let's finish watching this real quick that way, because I want to bring up another clip that's going to just irritate the shit out of you. But now, mind you, I do have some happy stuff too. I have some good father stuff too, man, to show. But I want to save that to the end. That way we can lighten the mood after we've been pissed off.
It says she don't want to let her daddy go. He's her hero. Damn, she's over here crying. You can even see the mom saying, "Hey, come with me." And
look at her face, man. She is distraught.
She starts crying. I'm just saying, if that parent was abusive, I would think the kid would be scared or not trying to touch you, but she misses her dad. So it's like, what is this? Is this like a bitter baby mama who just doesn't want the father to be around or present? I don't know what this is. And not only that, right in front of her daughter, she's like, "This is my child. This is my child." But it's like, isn't it his child too? And it doesn't look like you guys even went to court yet.
Trying to keep up with everyone's comments. There's no court order saying that Justin's not allowed to see his daughter. The last time that we had seen her prior to graduation was May 9th. Normal visitation. We pick her up Saturday at 5:30 p.m. and we keep her all the way until Wednesday morning. She goes to school and then she goes to church with Mimi at night and then she goes back to her mom. That's always been the case. But her mom has went rogue against all legal advice and pulled her out of school a week early, hiding her from all of her family. She's not allowed to talk to her grandparents. She's not allowed to talk to her sister. She's not allowed to talk to her dad. Nothing has happened. We seen her at the graduation. Her daddy went to go give her a hug, and that's whenever you see all the rest of the stuff. There's no reason for this. She's just alienating him.
Now that volume's bad there. But basically, you get the gist of it. They don't show any more video footage of what they're doing. But what I'm gonna tell you, what they're doing to that little girl, what her mom and her mom's boyfriend's doing is absolutely just abhorrent.
My thing is if she's staying with her father from Sunday to Wednesday, of course he's taking care of his girlfriend, whatever, how many days, his daughter, how many days a week. Of course he's going to go to his fucking her graduation. That's what a good dad does. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be there for those events for your kid, especially at that age. It's like, If he has her from Sunday to Wednesday, what's the big deal if he was at the graduation? I just don't get it.
Because, look, you know, women like that, they like to go around and say how the dad's a deadbeat and doesn't do this and doesn't do that. And when they actually show up, that makes the mom out to be a liar. Facts. When the dad's doing the opposite of what she's trying to convince everyone that he is, she gets questioned. Like, I thought you said that he isn't involved. You know, and they don't like that shit.
Well, I think too, like she's trying to have that replacement figure. So her boyfriend was there, so she had to get all pissed off because dad showed up.
Where's it at? Where's that one at? Hold on.
Dude, I have to tell you, like, it's funny that I jumped on with this because this is a sensitive subject with me with all the crap I went through. Sensitive.
Dude, dude, I can relate, you know. But it needs to be talked about, it needs to be addressed. And who better to address it than people that lived it?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I lived it, and I'll tell you what. Yeah, I was not the best father in the crap that I was involved in. I'm going to be honest with you. I was involved with the mob. I was fucking involved with drugs, dealing drugs.
All of us as young parents had made mistakes and weren't best parents, you know?
But here's the thing, though. I was a great father at that point. And I was just doing what I had to do to support my family and keep a roof over their head and keep a good household for my kid. So regardless of the things I was involved in, I did what I had to do. And my kid had a great fucking life. He was a spoiled brat, but he was a good kid until I left and she brainwashed the crap out of him. But I mean, you know, I tell you what, it's just sensitive because I had that ex-wife where her mother had a lot of money. So they were able to fight in court, even though I made her lawyer quit. They were able to fight in court. Her mother used to get involved. They used to brainwash the crap out of my kid. They took my kid, wouldn't let me see him. I went through all that crap. I mean, it's sensitive because it's still embedded deep down in me. I'll tell you what, a lot of the anger and the rage that I do have nowadays all stems from that.
Right.
All the PTSD I have, dude, I'll tell you what, even being shot at in the fucking desert, sitting there with bullets whizzing past my head, that they can never, ever compare to the PTSD my ex-wife gave me.
Okay, that's where it is. Hold on, I know where it is, the other video. Check this out. I'm going to show you this video. Here it is. Where? I think I found it. All these, dude, I got so many clips and shit saved all over the place, man. You would crap if you saw my all the file. I got to start. See, I got so many things edited now I got to start. I need to break them down into separate files for separate shit now. Father trying to see father being. No, that ain't it. Where'd it go? I just had it. Damn it. Baby. No, go ahead and continue on while I'm looking for this, talking about what you was talking about, if you want.
I was just talking about, I mean, listen, I know firsthand my ex is a piece of crap. And any woman who follows her footsteps, I went through hell. I went through hell that most people couldn't imagine. I had an ex-cop trying to bang my wife where I had false charges put on me, false warrants put on me, corrupt judges who were involved with other mob families trying to put me away in jail. When I tell you New Jersey is number one, the worst system, it's the most corrupt system, although I'm finding out in Oklahoma this system's pretty close. But I'm telling you, I've been through shit people can't even dream about. Shit that ain't even in movies. You know, I mean, I had a cop that was such a dude, let me tell you something. I had a cop who got so scared because a detective who used to work out with me and was my friend told him, Mike is going to kill you. He don't care if you're a cop. The cop got so scared, I got a harassment charge in the mail and a restraining order in the mail. They tried to put me away for 2 years off of someone else's statement.
Right.
Something I never even said. And if I could tell you, I got arrested. The first year of my divorce, I got arrested 78 times. That number will stick in my head forever. 78 times I was arrested in 1 year. for nothing, for all false statements, false allegations, corrupt cops.
Here we go. It's hard to hear right now, but the volume will get better. I thought I rendered this one. Right now, he's just asking her to give him his daughter, and she won't. Right there, she said, "Why'd you push me?" You didn't hear it. She literally said, "Why'd you push me?"
She don't want to give me my child.
Can you hear it now?
Car seat in there, man. Car seat right there. No. Give me my baby so I can go. You don't need to be in my car. It's a car seat in there. No, I'm not yelling. I want you to give me my child so I can go home. I'm not screaming.
You're screaming at me in front of her. What are you talking about? The delusion in these women like that. Literally making things up.
Bro,
it's disgusting. It pisses you off.
Because all a man wants to do and all that man's trying to do right there is see his daughter.
Do right by his kid.
You got all this on camera? You will be showing it to the judge when we get my baby.
And see, it's this shit right here is what pushes men out of their children's lives.
But you want to know the vigilance of man? Let me tell you something. Forget the laws and forget everything that exists. If men weren't vigilant, you bitches would be running for the hills because you'd be dead and buried in the fucking ground. And I hate to say that on your channel, but it's the God's honest truth. Your lucky men had self-control and they're vigilant because you wouldn't exist. That's all I'm saying.
Think about how many kids' lives would be saved if the fathers would have went and took their kids from their mother. I mean, because I know you've seen it. There is an epidemic right now of single moms offing their kids. So just so dad can't have a relationship with them now, taking it that far.
Well, listen, it's bad enough society has gone nuts, but you don't want to get me started. Women are going to hate me because I'm going to say it right now. Women's, not so much women's rights. I can't say that because women have rights, but
no, I got some legal documents I was going to play after this that was going to show why this shit goes on.
Well, you do listen. The whole fact of listen, there's things that men can do that women can't do, and there's things that women can do that men can't do. Okay, I will give you that, and women's deserves rights, but I'm going to tell you right now, this whole bullshit where women trying to be in control. I hate to say it. Why do you think there was never a fucking woman president? I'm just going to say it. You're no longer going to be the most hated white guy, Snowman. I am.
Yeah, no, you can't outdo me. I promise.
But listen, why do you think there's no women president?
Because they aren't emotionally stable enough to be president.
Why do you think it wasn't our founding mothers? But why do you think it wasn't our founding mothers? It was our founding fathers.
Right.
Listen, women, and you're right. Estrogen, it's emotion. Women act off of emotion. Most of this bullshit that happens with these fathers, it's all off of emotion without consequence.
Hey, and salute to you, Ja. I ain't seen you in a while, brother. Hop up on the panel. And happy Father's Day to you, sir. You got a youngin' now, too.
Give me 10 days. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So you're not going to give me my baby? Are you going to give me my baby?
Hell no, she ain't giving you your baby, dude. No, you can't. She ain't going to let you.
I'm not screaming at you, but you're playing games. And I don't feel like playing with you. I tried to open the door and you pushed me. I didn't push you. It's on camera. If they think I pushed you, it's on camera. But can I have my child so I can go home? I don't want to keep going back and forth with you. I don't. I'm tired of doing this. You're always doing the most. What can I give?
You know what the worst part is watching this, I could feel and know the rage that is inside him right now.
Watching this shit, it took everything I had. Dude, I had to calm myself down. I had to take breaks. I'm not lying. I had to take breaks while pulling these clips up. That's why I was late, because I was getting fucking angered. Because I know that feeling. I understand what he's going through. I know that rage, and not even so much the rage, the frustration of Why are you even doing this? It don't make sense.
No, you can get in your car and leave. Are you gonna give me my child or not? Give it to me right now so I can go. I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
You see that she won't give this man his kid simply over some petty stuff. Over some petty stuff. Now I know we're gonna have some women that sit on here saying, "Well, why won't you just let her? Why can't you just let her put it in the car?" Obviously, they don't have a relationship. They obviously don't have a good enough relationship for him to allow that. For him to allow that, because it's obviously you can't beat both of them. You might be able to take on a woman, but you can't beat the government. Once the government get in, you're done. You're done.
Dude, what it all comes down to is people have to learn, yo, if your relationship doesn't work out, it just doesn't work out. Why do the kids got to suffer?
What's up, Dakota Hayes? How you doing? Watch this. This will make you mad, too. The next little girl. Right on, my guy, right on.
Okay, you're going to talk to the judge, okay? You get to talk to the judge, baby. It's okay.
Wait till you see his older daughter that comes out.
Madison,
she is a mess.
Maddie, Daddy's here. Madison, Daddy's here. Maddie, come here, baby. Come here, baby. See, like I said, come here, baby. Come here. It's okay,
I don't want to go home.
Baby, listen. Remember I told you you're gonna talk to the judge? Remember I told you get to talk to the judge, okay?
Okay.
You get to talk to the judge, okay, baby?
Okay.
It's gonna be okay.
You know, and there's a lot of dads that get put in a position where they feel absolutely helpless in this situation. Helpless. Because not only are their kids taken from them, but half of their fucking ability to take care of and do anything for them kids is taken away from them. And a man's left with the option of, well, do I spend what little bit of money I have on a lawyer, or do I make sure that I have a roof to put over their head when they're with me? And it's done like that intentionally, if you want my opinion.
Oh, dude, let me tell you something. I'll tell you right now, the judicial system in the United States is fucking broken, and I don't believe government should be involved in anything. I don't believe they should be involved in schools, child welfare, families, anything, because they are worse than the parents. It's product of by design. It's meant to be. This is why a lot of these inner cities and all this shit have broken households and they're kept that way. It's because of government by design. I strongly believe it. This shit right here, these kids will be traumatized and never forget this crap for the rest of their fucking life. Not just because the mother's being a jerk off, but because of the judge's orders.
Because
and
the system allows them to do it.
Well. Huh?
Because the system fucking advocates it and promotes it and allows them to do it. Because they make
up 50-50. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Unless one of the parents cannot do 50-50. It should be 50-50, no ifs, ands, or buts. That's just the way it should. You should have no freaking choice. It shouldn't matter on income. It shouldn't matter on anything. 50-50. There is no choice. There is no negotiation. There is no bullshit. There is no holding your child. I believe if you hold your child from the other parent during visitation or anything like that, automatic fucking jail time. Peace, see you later. 3 hots and a cot, get the fuck behind bars. I'm sorry to say, that's just how it is. This shit angers me.
Yeah, and these men that are with that sit and help women do this shit to kids as dads, they should be put under the prison, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I don't believe. First of all, I don't believe any child support whatsoever, unless there's 100% full custody, should be given. I think it should be 50-50, straight down the middle. You support your household. You support your household. I don't care what lifestyle he provided for you. There's no freaking alimony involved. It's 50-50, whether you like it or not. That is it.
Well,
I get so tired of this crap.
Well, it's even beyond that for me, dude. My question is this. How delusional is it? In what sane person's mind would you sit and take a child and put them in the care of somebody who needs someone else to take care of them?
Yeah, dude, you know what pisses me off? Everybody wonders why this generation is so fucked up, why crime is so high and everything's high. This is the prime example why.
You know, and look, this right here is why you have men basically disassociating themselves and separating and not even. This is why you have the MGTOW movement. This is why you have the Red Pill movement. This is why you have SYSBM and Passport Bros and all these other and all these other movements where men are just fed up and tired. They're saying no. Why the hell should I even bother being traditional when the system advocates and actually incentivizes and rewards women for basically destroying the fabric of society?
Why do you think men aren't getting married nowadays? Why should I give up 50% of my shit, half of my shit, to you fat slob who sat on the couch all day long and played on your phone? Why should I give up half of my lifestyle to you? This is why men ain't getting married. Remember, and this is one thing women need to understand, and I know I'm going to get crucified. Men don't need women. Women need men. Always remember that. Any woman who says otherwise is a freaking liar.
Well, look, dude, I've said it, and I've had women come at me hard for saying it. If you need someone else's money to raise the kids, then you don't need custody of the kids. Those kids should go to the person that can take care of them without anyone's help, that can continue on giving that kid the same quality of life that it had before without having to fuck with someone else's shit. Because look, let's keep it real. We know that they could take that child support card and do it set it up to where women can't go out and spend it at the bar and spend it on nails and spend it on hair shit. They could set it up to where there was restrictions on it. They do it with EBT and all that other shit.
Bro, you want to hear a story? My ex-wife, to this day, 15 years later, this is no lie, and I've reported it several times and still can't get anything done about it because this is how corrupt our freaking government is. She's collected off my kids, off my two kids who haven't been with her, who she has nothing to do with. She's collected off my kids for the last 15 fucking years. The government of the state of Florida, and she doesn't live in Florida, she lives in North Carolina, has paid her friggin' way for 15 years, and no matter how much I reported for fraud, nothing has ever been done. They threatened to cancel my kids' insurance here. Dude, this gets crazy. My ex has insurance on them from Florida too because she's collecting all the benefits. And I already have insurance for my kids, personal through my job and my work and my companies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, why is the government providing benefits? Then I go to get insurance. I go to change over my kids' insurance. I can't change it because they got insurance in Florida. I said, what the fuck? They lived in Oklahoma for the last 4 years, almost 5 years. What do you mean? They've had insurance all this time. But I can't get insurance now for my kid. Well, now I can. I resolved the situation because she had insurance and was collecting benefits for 15 years off of Florida illegally. Nothing was ever done. She was never prosecuted for fraud, no matter how much I reported it. That is our government. It's by design.
Well, if they ever make there's this law I need to see if it applies in Ohio that I read up on. It's called alienation of affection. All right, and what alienation of affection is if you can prove that an outside factor came in and basically is responsible for changing the way your child feels about you, you can literally sue them for monetary gain. So I need to find out. I'm actively trying to find out if that's a law that is in play in Ohio, because it isn't in all states. It is in some.
That should be for teachers as well, though.
Because if that's the case, then I'm going to sue her husband that she has for their house and all his property and everything he owns, because I have videos, photos, and all kinds of evidence to prove that my children didn't have no problem with me. until
Bro,
he came in
it's such a hard thing. And most of the time, especially now in today's society, most people don't have the money for the fight. If I had the money for a fight, when I tell you I'd be a billionaire, I wouldn't be a millionaire. I'd be a billionaire. Between all the lawsuits I can have with the hospitals and doctors for my wife and how sick she is now, between that and between all the lawsuits with my kids and the school districts and the DAs and everything here, I'd be a fucking billionaire. I'm still thinking about going after the state of Oklahoma. Don't get me wrong. That's still on my mind.
I can't watch any more of this one. This one pisses me off.
Nah, dude, just look at that girl's face, that poor little girl. Dude, that's so disheartening. Listen, the only weakness a man will ever have will be his children. It won't be his wife. I don't care how much.
Yeah, the only female that can bring me to my knees is my daughter.
I'm telling you, people don't understand. Kids are the only thing that can bring a man.
I mean, I love my wife, don't get me wrong, but she doesn't have the grip on my heart that my daughter does. You know?
Dude, you know what? I changed. Mind you, I owned a construction company at the time. I changed every diaper. I woke up every time my kid woke up. My ex-wife never fucking woke up once. That's how fucking lazy she was. I woke up every single time, changed every diaper.
Yeah, don't get me started. I know that, dude. I know that routine. Trust me.
The only thing she was a babysitter while I was on the job. And all I did when I was the boss, I mean, I had 16 guys under me. Yeah, I went to the morning, got supplies, set up my guys on the job. I was back home taking care of my kid because she was a piece of shit.
Here, let me find this. Let me find this other one. This one pissed me off too, man. What this mom did to her son. This one's gonna blow your fucking mind.
Dude, I tell you what, I've seen so much, not only between my relationship and my divorce, but between my friends and shit. There ain't nothing that could surprise me. I've seen some crazy ass shit. I just had one of my growers who works for me. His wife literally left a note with her father and her phone and left the state, left him and his daughter out of nowhere. Good relationship, good everything. Everything was perfect. She left with no way to contact or nothing. Just left.
All right, here it is. Check this out. This is going to blow your fucking mind, dude.
Bro, baby mama got my son outside. Son, why she got you out here?
Mama, man, I gotta come and live with you now.
Yeah, what? Come on. Knock on the door. I got it. Never mind. I got it.
What?
Bro, why you got my son outside? Go in there, son. Go in there. Go in there. What you got him outside for?
What you mean? Why you got me on camera?
What you mean? Why I got you on camera? Why you doing goofy?
Because you a fat ass angry hateful bitch.
Why do you got your son outside?
What's goofy about?
Why do you got your son outside?
What's goofy?
Why you got your son outside? What do you got your son outside for?
You gonna listen?
How long you been out there, son?
Anyway,
how long you been out there? How long
you
been out there?
Don't put him on
How
camera.
long you been out
Don't put him on
there?
camera.
We got you on camera. How long you been out there?
And
how long you been outside?
anyhow, where is my money?
How long you been outside?
Where's
son?
them child support checks? You must.
You talking about child support checks?
You must lost your job.
They supposed to send you. They supposed to send you the money.
I ain't received nothing. It's almost been a whole month. So where is it? Where is it?
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Oh, got everything to do with you because
I take care of my son. When he come over there on the weekends, he taken care of.
It doesn't matter.
When he needs something to eat, he taken care of.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I haven't received nothing, and you asked for this child.
So call the state. Take that up with the state. Why you trying to take that up with me?
And I told you I'll give it to him as long as you take care of him. You ain't been taking care of him, so guess what? You can have your son.
That's cool. I'll take my son. It's no problem with that. But you acting like you ain't his mama no more or something.
Oh no, I love my baby, but you need to just put.
She loves her baby, but she put him outside, kicked him out of the house because she didn't have any child support checks yet. She loves him.
It's all for the money.
If I ain't getting money, and if you ain't taking care of that kid and supporting him so I don't have to, then I don't want him.
It's all about money. This whole shit scheme. It's all about money.
Wait, what she says gets worse.
Put your baby out for child support money.
Yep, I sure did.
Look how dumb you sound.
No, I don't sound dumb.
You just put your own son outside for child support money.
Not just my son, that's your son too.
Terrible parenting.
What?
Terrible
parenting.
parenting.
Let me tell you something. First of all, it's not terrible.
First of all, it's terrible because
you only been getting him on the weekend.
I'm a good dad.
You only been
I am a good dad, and you put me.
The only reason why he's only getting him on the weekends is because that's the way you wanted it, so you could get that check. You fat, angry bitch.
Truth.
You know,
you only been getting him on the weekend,
and you took me to court, so I can only see my son.
I'm with him
two times on a weekend.
You asked to be with him.
You know what you should have did? Not like the cops do anything because they're fucking idiots. But I would have called the police department. I would have got it documented, and I would have took my son right the fuck out of there. Be like, fuck this bitch. I would have took her right to court.
I'm damn near
on the weekend.
24/7.
On the weekend, bro.
What? What about the weekend?
On the weekend, bro.
What about it? What? What about
you having me see him on the weekends? Now you putting him out? What you putting him out? Tell him what you putting him out for.
Look, I ain't gonna tell my. I already talked to
him
about
what she tell you she putting you out for?
It don't matter about all that. Don't matter. All that don't
what
matter.
What she tell you she putting you out for?
You just gonna get him.
Child support.
Yeah. Yeah.
You put your own, bro. You put your own son out for child support.
Look, you can't make me look.
Man,
like
you
no
is
clown.
sick. You is
you
sick.
Can't make me look like no clown.
You is sick.
Because guess what?
You is a clown. You put your own,
anyway.
bro. You put your own son outside. You put your own son outside. You put your own son outside for child support.
It doesn't matter.
When you could have called the state for some money, the state would have told you what happened. Because I ain't lose my job.
You good?
I ain't lose my job.
And what you said, I did.
And then you sitting here. He looks straight. He looks straight. You making it seem like he doing bad. You eat today? So you ain't even feed him, and you questioning me.
I don't feed him. You know what? Get out my
Come
face
on now.
with this old stupid.
You ain't even feed your son. So you don't. So one you don't feed your son. Two, you put him outside for child support money, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You were sick, but that's cool though. You like you said, you putting him out. Like you said, you putting him out. He coming with me. It's all cool.
If it's all like that,
we ain't got son. We ain't got to worry about. You ain't got to worry about this no more.
If I'm
you ain't got to worry about this no more.
If I'm neglecting my child,
no more. I got you.
Look at that kid. He's by his father's side the entire time.
I'd have been picked him up. You put me on child support. You make, bro. I can only see him on weekends. But all that's go change.
I made sure you were
all that's go change.
I take care of
all that's go change.
Take care of yours.
See, I'm glad I got this all on video because
I take care of mines, but I'm not about to take care of yours.
Wow. Because now we gonna see who get custody over him. We gonna see.
Well, do what you gotta
do. We gonna see. I'm
gonna
do what I gotta do. Because you saying, bro, you sitting up here saying this in front of your son. You saying this in front of your son.
It's a lie.
You saying this in front of your son.
Is it a lie? Yes or no?
You saying this in front of your son.
What did you tell me? You said you was gonna take care of him, right?
You said this in front of your son.
You taking care of him ain't just paying child support. You're not gonna keep putting all that on me. Like, are you serious? I love my child, but
you me more.
So what she wants child support and for him to take the kid all the time now. Imagine that. All she wants is his money because she's a greedy bitch.
Women like this, I hate to say it, should be put up on the stand and executed. I hate to fucking say it, but listen, if you can't be a good mother and you're going to put your kid out because you're not getting a check, you should be executed. You shouldn't even be allowed to have kids. Your uterus should be ripped out of your fucking body unwillingly.
I don't even understand now I understand why black men don't want to have black babies with black women.
But this just ain't, listen, this ain't even about race because, listen, it's bad on every fucking side.
It is, but you're right, man. It is, but I've watched so many videos of, you see more of this with women that look like her and just being downright, dude, disgusting and saying the shit right in front of their kids. Right in front of their own kids. It's horrible. Bro, I mean, don't get me wrong. I live the shit. And I know that it isn't a racial shit, But all I'm saying is I understand the black man's argument and his pain. I do, because I've lived it myself.
Well, yeah, but listen, listen, and I hate to say it, product by design with a Democrat, official in place. This is the shit that happens. I've watched women collect food stamps from 3 different freaking sources under 3 different names for their household, living off the system, getting child support from all the babies' daddies. That's the way it is. And you're right. That's why black men don't want it. But it's not even race at this point, because it's in every single fucking society. There's broken homes, even
everywhere.
In rich societies with mansions. There's broken homes all over the place. This has nothing to do with race. This has to do with bitter, unfit women.
No, not even. I don't even so much think it's bitter. What it is it's women that think that, look, they think that they're equal to men, but still expect men to pay for all their shit so they can take the money they work for and spend it on whatever they want. They want taken care of so they can do what they want.
Bro, that's why the vagina is the most evil thing on the face of the earth.
Well, that's if you've looked at the diagram, the medical diagram of it, it looks like the fucking face of Beelzebub.
That's why it's the most evil thing on the earth. Women control the world with their vaginas, but yet they'll never be as strong as men. That's the only way they get by, is their vagina. Like, I hate to say it. Women,
yeah, because
if you didn't have a vagina,
they use their vagina as a weapon, and then they use other men as the fucking law, the enforcing arm, so they can continue to do this shit.
I will just say this: if women did not need a vagina, if women didn't have a vagina, think about where you do today. Just put that in your mind. If you did not have a vagina, if you did not have a pussy that you think, and I'm just saying, you think spits rainbows, glitter, and fucking sunshine, okay? If you did not have that piece of equipment, men would dominate, would never need you, and this shit would never happen on the face of the earth.
These women like this couldn't handle having a dick between their legs.
No way.
They couldn't be men. They couldn't do it because they would fold up.
Or if you wouldn't have put me on weekends, what are you talking about?
We'll go down there and fight for it then. Do what you
That's
need
cool.
to do.
I'm gonna do that. Don't even worry about that. I'm gonna do it.
Why are you in my house? Okay, y'all can
I'm
go.
gonna do that.
Y'all can go. Y'all can go.
That is crazy.
You need
man.
your clothes.
Don't get your clothes. Don't get your clothes.
You can definitely
actually, matter of fact, don't even worry about it. I'm gonna get you all new clothes.
Oh,
that's cool. Come on.
About time. Cause them look
terrible.
Get it out my face.
You terrible.
Get it out my face.
About time. You act like that child support doesn't pay. That child support would pay for his new clothes if you didn't spend it on your weave and your nails and everything else that it ain't supposed to be spent on.
You was terrible. Don't touch my phone.
Good for him. Yo, all I got to say is props to that motherfucker. Good for him. And the best slap in the face is, don't worry about your clothes. I'll buy you all new ones.
Oh, shit.
Because
I didn't realize that was going. What's up, Black God Monolith? What's up, none your damn business? We got Watch God or Black Watch. What's good, brother? What's good? You see what it is?
Yeah, that dude, I give that man props. Good for him, and I think she should lose her parental rights indefinitely.
And while you guys,
we lost Snowman for a reason. But like I said, listen, I give that man the utmost respect for walking in there, doing what he got to do, and taking his son. What's up, bro?
I'm back. I hit the wrong button, but hey. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there doing your thing. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers that ain't able to see their kids and wish they could. Just know that there are men up here on this panel that understand that what you're going through, that have been through it. And it does get better over time.
It does.
You just if you're one of those guys that haven't seen your kids, just stay the course. It will get better. It gets easier. You know,
Like,
don't give up. Don't allow these women to force you to give up on yourself, because you aren't a bad father. You just happen to have a child with an evil, deviant bitch who is willing to risk your life and your child's life so she can have what she wants because they're selfish. Just
And
remember, this has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with selfishness. You did what you were supposed to. Keep your
I
head
want
up.
to add to that, bro. I want to add to that where there's men out there who do understand what you're going through. We know the struggle, and we know when life seems like it's crashing down and there's a dark cloud around you and it seems like nothing's going right, nothing can go good. You got to realize it does get better. Life gets better. You know,
Just
dude,
because this woman wants you to think that your child and everything you cared about gave up on you, don't give up on yourself, because that kid will come asking questions. That kid's going to want to know the truth.
That's facts right there. That's facts. Regardless whether they're 12, 14, 20, 30, one day they will come around. And I know sometimes it's tough.
And trust me, I know this. I'm living it right now. I mean, I know you guys have all seen that, my son and, my daughter, and you guys know that I got another one on the way, but I still got 2 kids myself that this is now the 5th Father's Day that I haven't seen them. It's been 4 years that since I've got to hear their voice, feel them wrap their arms around me. I mean, Mike was up here when me and Mikey, my son, were talking about his older brother and sister.
Yeah. So
he remembers them, but he doesn't remember them,
And it's tough. It can go any way, which is the worst part. It can go any way.
Well, the thing is it's even harder for me because I get to experience the joy of actually being a father now while still dealing with the sorrows of not having my other kids around and missing out and thinking about them and wondering if they're okay. See, imagine, do you think a woman would be able to sit and go years on end without even knowing if their kids are safe? But yet they do that shit to men and think that it's right. Think that they have a right to do it.
Did you jump on your Facebook right now or no? You got this live streaming on Facebook?
It's live streaming on Facebook.
No, I wanted to share it to my page, but I can't. I don't want to jump out of here.
You can share it. I mean, I can't share it to your page. I could.
I fuck shit up all the time, bro. I press buttons. I'll be off live stream.
If you use your phone and go to your Facebook, you can share it that way.
I'm on my phone, actually. That's the problem.
Oh, well, then I don't know what to tell you. But
I'm still building that app while I'm on the phone with you, so my computers are all going.
Gotcha. But while I'm loading up this next video, man, make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe. If you want to help support your boy, because he's been coming at it hard with all these killer subjects and topics and things.
And he's got a baby ready to pop any day now. You got to support your boy.
So if you want to support your boy, the Cash App is always pinned in, and PayPal is always pinned in the top of the live chat and somewhere out in the chat, and it's always in the description panel. So, all donations are greatly appreciated. To keep bringing this stuff to you.
Diapers and formula ain't cheap. I'm just saying.
Well, I only expect people to do that, man. But if they want to at least, if they want to at least contribute to me,
I'm just messing. But diapers and formula ain't cheap.
I'm just saying, if they want to at least contribute to the program, to the show, because it's just been growing and growing and growing since I finally decided to go actually be consistent about it again. Dude,
it's tough, bro. Like it's tough, and I love your panel, but it's hard because at one point you were going so late. It was hard to even jump on, you know what I'm saying? But now, like, you're going a little earlier, so and we were, all the crap I got going on here with my girl ready to go to prison Tuesday. She's just chilling out,
And all the kids out there missing their daddies, man, thinking that they don't love them. Just know your daddy thinks about you every night. He thinks about you every morning, and he thinks about you all day long. And you don't realize that all it would take is to see your smile and to feel your embrace, and it would change his life and take him out of that dark place that he's in. That's how easy it would be to heal him.
Facts.
You know, it's that simple. You know,
it's tough even being on this panel for me. It brings back all that.
Dude, it's tough for me.
PTSD.
It's tough for me, Rage. It's tough for me because, like you said, it's bringing back. I don't talk about it much because it brings back all those emotions.
Dude, I have such PTSD. Like, I can't even tell you. I got such PTSD from my divorce. Like, I can't even explain the course of events that happened. If I mean, like, forget my parents' divorce. If I wrote one on my own, it was that fucked up. I mean, when I'm talking about, you had everything from mob, cops, corrupt judges, DA. I mean, it was so fucking bad. And I went through so much shit. It's like just being on this panel brings it back. And it's like the anger. Listen, the anger will never leave. I may be able to suppress it and hide it in the back of my head. But when I come to crap like this or watch videos or panels, man, it's all there on the forefront.
Now, this video, I'm going to show this guy. Man, I'm going to tell you what. Half of his problem is his own fault. I'm going to tell you that right now, because the woman he's with, as well as his kids' mom, are both ratchet and trash as fuck. You know, and you could look, he is creating his own problem. And he needs to just take time to himself and focus on his kids, because he's allowing two women, watch this. This is two women manipulate his kids, which is crazy.
Y'all, Daddy, I'm gonna record. Make sure I record everything, because baby, we already got to go to court, and I'm not gonna play with him. Y'all, come on. Let him know what y'all say. Y'all don't want to go. Let him know, because I'm not gonna force it. Let him know. I'm not gonna force y'all.
We don't want to go with you. We don't want to go with you. We don't want to go with you. She be being mean to us.
What do you mean? Who be mean?
Her.
I don't be being mean to y'all. I just be reading it.
So you got
Come up here and get this, because I
this lady with a bonnet on,
need this for court, baby.
and then the new stepmom with goddamn curlers in her hair. First off, dude, you need to get the woman you're with and check. Why would you ever let her leave the house looking like that? Seriously, that is a reflection of you, sir. You need to get your life.
I mean, his ex-wife's wearing a do-rag, so I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's wearing a bonnet.
Oh, come on now. Come on, I got a swimming pool. Don't get that tag them all in there, honey. But I got it at the house too.
But they don't even want to go with him. They were saying it to begin with.
Just wait, though. You'll find out that it's because mom was in their ear here before long, because their story changes on what's going on.
We are in a relationship now. We are in a relationship now.
You wrong for that. I don't want him. I don't want him. They don't want to go because they're being mean.
Now, see, why are these two women, and why did she even get out of the car and open her mouth? She had no business even getting out the car and open her mouth. You want to know something about my wife? My wife, when it came to my ex, kept her fucking mouth shut.
Here's the thing I got to say, though.
Well, I'm going to say, and this is the reason why, because it had nothing to do with her. She might love my kids all she wants and back me up, but the best way she can back me up when I'm having a disagreement with my ex is to shut up and let me handle it.
No, that's truth. But listen, a man or a woman, if this was a man or a woman, all right, even if it's an ex's boyfriend or soon-to-be husband, or if they've been in a relationship for a long time, not a new relationship, but a relationship for a long time, if that other significant other is willing to love your kids and care for them the way you do, you need to have that mutual respect. You shouldn't have a word about how you're raising your kids or anything like that, but you need to have a mutual respect and respect the fact that someone else wants to love and take care of your kids as you would while they're in your other's custody.
But would you even allow a situation like that to happen in front of your kids?
Bro,
where you got your brand new woman, because they're just brand new, sitting and arguing about one, you know, who the man wants to be with, but bitch, you're just jealous because he's with me. Would you allow your current woman talking to your ex, talking about jealousy, trying to? That woman was fueling the fire. She should have just he should have told her to shut up and get back in the car.
Yeah, well, let's watch this tape and see how this goes.
Say you're being mean to them.
Y'all know I don't be being mean to y'all. Just because I have some discipline in my home don't mean that I be being mean. I supposed to have rules. The rules are for children.
Yes, and you gotta understand, you gotta respect the house. And you probably putting them to do that.
Yeah.
No, I ain't putting them to do nothing.
I know how you do it. I know how you do it.
Girl, you bitch.
Please. No.
Why you gotta call me a
Watch your mouth.
Bitch,
Watch your
please.
mouth.
Because you already look a hot
No.
damn mess.
No, you're not gonna do
But
that.
no, you're not gonna say I want him.
It's okay.
When I know deep down in my heart, I don't want him. Baby, you gotta be joking. I'm laughing at your joke that you just
We're
made.
not gonna disrespect.
I don't
Latrice,
know.
You're not gonna do that.
No,
All
I
right?
just y'all on my property though, and they don't want to go. I ain't
But
gotta
these are
make
my
them
kids.
go.
This is part of my property.
No.
Yeah,
We don't call the police because we got a whole court.
No, ain't no you
We went
can
to
say
court
no.
for all this.
You
I
can't
got
force
the
in the
paperwork.
crime.
We got
If you're
the
doing some abuse, and I'm
We
gonna call
got the
SRS.
paperwork.
I'm gonna call CPS. No, don't bring nothing.
And we
Baby,
went to
listen
court.
here.
It's my day.
You're not
It's
going.
my day.
It
It's
don't
my
matter,
day.
baby.
Come on.
No. They nothing. Man, you don't put your hands on them. They don't want to go.
You notice that those kids do not look like they're traumatized or in fear of their father, though. You notice that, right?
No, but there should be no words exchanged when there's
kids present like that.
When there's when the kids have to go to see their other parent or vice versa, there should be no. Listen, if you guys don't get along, be amicable for 2 seconds. Say hi, how you doing? I'm here to pick up the kids. Take them, and that's it. There should be no yelling or screaming or fucking bullshit. The problem is the significant other, number one, always has a big mouth. And then that fuels it fuels the other one in the relationship. And it's like, dude, it's not a win-win situation. It's like there should be no. Why do you think they have mediators sometimes where kids have to be dropped off and then picked up by the parent? Because parents just can't fucking get along.
Well, and not only that, this woman shouldn't be allowing her kids to say that they don't want to go to their dads. That it isn't an option. It's a court order. Whether the kids want to go or not, the court ordered that they go. Plain and simple. So you follow the schedule, just like you do every other time. There is no option. Your kids, you don't get to say what you do and you don't want to do. You do what the hell you're told to do.
No, that's truth. That's true. But you know what? Parents sometimes, man, they just shoot at the mouth and make things 10 times worse. And the worst part is they don't realize how it actually affects the kids and how that sticks in their minds.
Well, look, those kids are already, you can tell that the one thing you can see is confusion in them. You can see that they're already confused because they're being made to choose sides, and they don't know what side to choose.
Exactly, because they don't want to hurt their mother if they go with the father. But you know what I'm saying? But then they don't go with the father. They don't want to hurt him. So it's a psychological, dude, it's like psychological fucking warfare. Instead of on a government level, it's in the household.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, essentially, that's the way you got to look at it. It literally is psychological warfare. And everybody wants to wonder why all these kids nowadays are screwed up. Look at the divorce rate. There's your answer.
Right.
It don't matter, baby. Please put your paperwork up. They not going. They not going because you're abusive and you're doing something to my kids.
She's not abusing him.
I do not. I've never hit your kids.
What do she hit y'all? What's going on? Do she hit y'all? What's she doing?
She don't hit us. She just being mean to us.
Okay, but at first she said she hit y'all. But now she
No,
don't.
they said
Which one
she's
is
being mean, abusive.
Okay, so
I don't know if she's hitting them or what.
Well, they just.
Then why are you implying it?
Okay, but why y'all don't want to go? Why don't y'all want to go? Do y'all want to go with y'all dad? And I'm not forcing them to come. They don't want to go.
Well,
it ain't nothing I can do about that. We call the police, girl. You ain't even married to him. You ain't even looking at right damn mess.
Well, you don't
It's
have
not
to
my
raise your
yard.
hand.
Y'all ain't even married. She not on the court papers though. But you not on the court papers. Get from off my property.
I am on the court papers.
Okay, but take
And I got
her
the
and come
court
back
papers
by
right here.
yourself.
No.
Take her and come. They ain't going nowhere.
We a package.
She's not on the paperwork. You're not. It don't. No,
Okay,
you're not
even though-
married. You're not a package. You're not married.
We working on it.
Girl, where the ring at?
I got it.
What a ring.
We working on it.
He's using you.
Oh.
He's using
Just
you.
because you were using
He's using you. No, he never used.
You notice that those two boys are over there playing, and that little girl's sitting there, taking and soaking in everything that those two women are doing. You see that, right?
I just seeing all this crap, man, makes me sick to my friggin' stomach.
It does, man. It's horrible. You know, and that's basically all they do is argue some more, and then the guy leaves without his kids, obviously.
There's always one asshole. It's usually not both. It's usually one. There's always one loudmouth, always one fighter. If parents can just say, hey, we didn't work out, peace, see you later, and be amicable, kids wouldn't grow up the way they are right now. But there's always some asshole, whether it's the woman or it's the man. No one can keep their mouth shut and do things the way they should be and be amicable. And this is why the children suffer. It's what happens.
Facts, man. I can't dispute that at all. You know, and the thing is it's tough. You know, you get put in this.
Well, you know,
it's like a catch-22. What do you fucking do? You know what I'm saying?
Me and you got triggers, so we know what it's like to act and worry about consequences later, right? So I've been in a situation where I've been in a yelling match with I've had one of her. They tried to kidnap my kid probably, I don't know, 4 years ago or whatever, and her new husband tried to come and help kidnap my kid. And let me tell you something, that shit ain't gonna go over with me because number one, I got full custody. Number two, I'm gonna fuck your ass up. Come to find out, he was a piece of shit who just got out of prison, and then he got scared when he saw me, and he fucking hauled ass. And anyway, fucking, I've been through all that shit. People just need to if you guys know that you can't get along and see each other, have a mediator.
Right.
Be responsible enough to have a mediator.
For crying out loud. Stop saying you are. Actually do it.
But it ain't that hard. You drop your kids off with a mediator.
That's what I'm saying. It isn't that hard. These people that are literally these situations that we're watching, these parents are doing it thinking that they're, helping or saving their kids or whatever. And most of the stuff they could avoid. They're literally making excuses saying, I'm putting my kids first, yada, yada, yada. Well, if that's the case, they wouldn't even be seeing this shit.
Dude, it's all a setup. That's all it is. When ex-couples argue like that, it's a setup to see who's going to trip up and who can run the court first and get the upper hand. That's all it fucking is.
Are you talking
Even
about
unconsciously they do it?
Are you talking about today's stream, Lawrence, where I went in on him at the end? I went in on Mr. S and Be Brave and Think today. And salute, Lawrence.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, over on CT stream. But, I'm done seeing that horrible shit. I'm actually going to show a few videos that'll put a smile on your face. Some good dad shit, some funny shit. And then I'll show you, if it's not too late, we'll show a little bit of that CT stream because, yeah, I had everybody dying because I've used all your racial epithets for someone playing over in a kitty litter box overseas. I went in on him. Went in hard. I couldn't help it, man. I mean, you know what annoys me more than anything is people, and you see it a lot now with the people from over in the Middle East coming over and getting on American panels trying to tell Americans how they should be living their life. Dude, fuck you. Fuck you, dude.
The last panel you were showing, I think it was you who was showing it, or it might have been Ray. It might have been Ray's channel. But I seen that panel with those Europeans talking. Yo, dude, they have no fucking right arguing with a fucking American because they have no idea. They're ruled by the Queen. They have no constitutional rights. Bro, it was horrible when I was watching the stream. I was fueled.
Well, dude, the one with the Middle East annoys me even more for one reason. Those motherfuckers have been over there fighting for the same fucking piece of rock for the last 3,000 years and still haven't found a way to fucking figure it out. So who the fuck are you to say anything about what's going on over here?
Well, and it depends where you are in the Middle East. I mean, look at them. They marry fucking 9-year-olds. They beat their wives.
Dude, I went in on all of that. What you just said. I asked him, dude, I straight up, when I first got on the panel, I straight asked him to his face. I said, so, which one of your kids which one of your 12-year-old daughters did you sell off to the sex trade over there?
Dude, you want to know what's funny? The other day, I was on with Philly, right? And I'm on there, and he's telling a story about federal prison, about when he first got into federal prison and joined up with the Muslims and stuff. And he goes, he read one book, and the dude married a 7-year-old and then consummated the marriage at whatever age. He said, no, and he slowly backed away from the Muslim religion. He's like, nope, I'm not a part of this shit. But that's the truth. Middle Eastern people, listen, your culture is your culture. Whatever you agree upon, whether sick or not, you guys do over in your shit. But you can't fight American politics or antics with us. We are two different worlds. But yeah, dude, I listen to those people from like Europe and shit, and I'm like, they are so feminized, and they don't even call themselves. They don't even call it socialism. They say that they're socialized. And dude, it pisses me. I'm just like, you have no right talking to Americans about politics or women's rights or anything, because it's two different countries. Two different countries. Don't bring your bullshit over here.
Now this is dads being heroes and stepping up, and some funny shit, dad shit too.
Oh, I love this. I've seen this.
Say that I do. I'm here today to talk about this book here. My name is John Amanchukwu, as I stated earlier. It's called It's Perfectly Normal for Students 10 and Up. This book details all kinds of sexual images, pictures of elderly people nude, pictures of an individual who's in a wheelchair with his penis out. All of these sexual pornographic images are made available and placed at the fingertips of children. And I'm sure, Dr. Cruz, I don't know if you knew about this before you signed on, but hopefully this is something that you can address and deal with, because this is...
Sir, eat the mic.
...and asinine to allow children to be able to see this. Also, this book even shows images of two women having sex, a man and a woman having sex, and two men.
It's up all the way. I thought this was rendered better.
Perfectly normal.
I watched this video though.
What's normal? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Or do parents decide what should be placed at the fingertips and allowed to be taught to their children in the school system? I'll read some of this for you. It says, after a bit, a person's vagina becomes moist and slippery.
You can hear it better now, right?
And the clitoris becomes hard. After a bit, a person's penis becomes erect, stiff, and larger.
Pastor.
Sometimes a bit of clear fluid that may contain a few sperm comes out of the tip of the penis and makes it wet.
Can we, sir, I'm sorry.
Was it something I said? If you don't want to hear it in a school board meeting, why should children be able to check it out of the school system?
Damn right.
We have perverts that are perverting our kids.
Oh, this was the wrong one.
It's still a good one.
No, I got a different clip.
But you don't want me to read it so you can hear it. Why? Does it bother you?
Because you can't hear it, and I fixed the other one. Hold on, let me find the other one. Let me flip.
And that's the God's honest truth. It makes them uncomfortable, but they can teach it to our fucking children. That's bullshit.
Damn it, where'd you go?
Most of the time, too, and I have to be honest, just like we did, kids will learn that shit from their friends. They'll learn it from what they see anyway. I don't think any school should be teaching it. I don't.
What the fuck? Oh. Where the fuck did it go?
You're going to have to start breaking down your files, bro.
I'm telling you, man. There it is.
Gave me a long last. Politically speaking, you can't say that.
There it is. Now you can hear it better.
You probably are a Christian man, but many Christians today have become more Democrat than Christian. Some Republicans have become more Republican than Christian. I'm not trying to win an election. I don't get my talking points from the RNC or the DNC. I get my talking points from the Bible, from the Bible. And you don't want me to read the filth because it exposes the truth. How dare you tell me to stop reading it? If you don't want to hear it, why should the children have to see it?
Pastor, your time is up. Thank you.
That makes two of us. Chukwu means I know God. Go and play.
Good for him. That's all I'm going to say. Good for him.
Here's some other good shit too.
Look at me, Christian.
Hold on. I'm not going to make you watch that again. Come on. Spit it out. Catch up.
See it.
Pastor, your time is time.
Come on. This one, you see that dog trying to attack that little kid, right? Look at dad instantly in between that dog and that little girl. Why is the fucking... I swear to fucking Christ. At least there's captions where you can read it. See, that's a dad that gives a shit about his son. He cared. That, you know, that kid, his mom and his dad were married. His mom passed away. That dad, you know, a year before his graduation, that dad still made sure that he rented a chair, reserved a chair for that kid's mom, even though she wasn't there. You know? And it was just symbolic, but it meant something. You know, that's the type dads, they recognize that type of shit.
Well, they do. They do.
I mean, look at that. You could tell that meant everything to that dude. You know, that his dad cared like that. You know, I hope that there's women out there that have robbed their fucking kids' fathers of being a father, see this, and it tears at their fucking heart. And that tears at your soul. That you see the joy, you know, the love that a man has for his son, that a father has for his son, and that a son has for his dad. That you see the love that a dad has for his daughter in these clips, and these daughters have for their dads. And I hope it tears at you. I hope it eats at you. I hope it's like a nightmare that never goes away. I hope it's like a pain in your fucking head that's constantly there. You know, because I'm going to tell you what, you think that you got one over. This life we live is very, very short. And we don't know what comes next after this. But I know what comes next is probably going to weigh more heavy on your soul than what this world is you're living now, that you think that you're getting one over. Because this life right now is only but a moment in time. Fucking evil bitches.
Emotional parasites.
You know, and the thing is I know that there's still good women out there. I know there are. You know, and I know the women that come over and they rock on my channel, they know that when any of us make these comments, that we're not talking about you. You know, that whole...
No, but there's women who do understand what we say. There are women who understand that other women are friggin' evil, users, emotionless, social parasites. I can keep on going if you want.
They are. You ain't lying. You know?
And listen, any woman who wants to argue it, blame the fucking women who put those images in the man's head. Blame the women for the responses that me as Snowman have tonight.
Blame the women for the children who now don't want anything to do with them because they lied to them their whole lives. You know,
and listen, here's what women don't understand. Those children one day will seek out the truth, and you will not like the repercussion when they find out the truth. The consequences are going to be, if that child walks away from you and doesn't talk to you forever, think about how that's going to make you feel.
See, now, this here again, this is a real father. A father that cares about his kids. He's giving somebody information about something that's near and dear to everyone's hearts. When is the question at hand is where should you keep your guns? When is the right time to start teaching your children firearm safety?
From birth,
listen to what this guy has to say, because what he has to say is exactly how I do things with my kids.
You keep your gun at if you have a kid in the house.
Okay, let's go back. How old is your child when you teach your child firearm safety?
Bam, right there.
Boom.
Key question.
Yep.
How old is your child when you teach them firearm safety?
Okay, let's just say you keep your gun in the safe, right? You can send a little lock box right next to the bed. Okay. Middle of the night, boom, you hear somebody kicking your door in, they're hauling ass to your room, ready to spray you up. How long is it going to take you to get that gun in the safe?
Boom, again. Same thing people have been saying for years. What's the point in having a fucking pistol at home for home security if it's in a fucking safe that's locked away somewhere where you can't get it when you need it? Defeats the purpose. Makes it useless.
I can leave my gun on the counter if my child already knows firearm safety.
Yes. Right there.
Yeah.
Now, go back to my question. How old should a child be before we teach them firearm safety? Garbage. How old were you when your parents taught you not to stick your finger in the light socket, touch the stove, play with knives? You couldn't even talk. Barely could walk. Perfect example. Some stuff you just didn't play with, right? Mommy and daddy taught you look left, look right, look left before you walk across the street. Did you play with traffic? Some shit you just not gonna do.
That's a father.
Facts.
That is a father. Because you know what? What he just said, I know is a fact. I never kept my pistol. Never keep my pistol in a lockbox. It sits on whatever. It sits either on my hip, right beside me on whatever desk I'm in, or it's on my fucking on the end table. And you know what's crazy? None of my kids have ever fucked with it.
Yo, watch this. I'm gonna prove a point right now. Okay, watch. Michael, you up? Michael. Shit, he's in his room. He's in his room playing on his game. But listen, I have a pistol right on my table. I could tell my son to grab that pistol and bring it to me. I guarantee he's going to walk in here. Michael, is my pistol on my table? Right there? Bring it to me, please. Watch this. He's going to walk in here, perfect trigger, safety, and everything. I guarantee it.
He's going to hand it to you with the butt of it to you, ain't he?
Watch. I've been teaching my kid since probably about
How old is he?
3 or 4. He's 13 now, but it's not on the table. My wife put it away. Okay, thank you. But he would grab my pistol, trigger safety, finger out. Perfect. He would put it on the table, and he would literally have chamber open and magazine out. That kid, when I tell you firearm safety, he knows every little bit. I keep firearms everywhere. So people don't understand this about me. They don't call me Mike Rage for no reason. There's firearms.
You know how pissed off I used to be when, like, me and my buddies from high school, we used to get together on like Memorial Day weekend and 4th of July weekend. And usually sometime throughout the day, we, bring guns and we get some targets out and we'd shoot shit up, because that's what we do. Everybody likes to smell of gunpowder, on 4th of July and Memorial Day weekend. I mean, if you don't like the smell of chloride, you're not American. Right? The thing that always annoyed me the most was when somebody handed me a loaded weapon. I don't give a fuck how long you've known me. You never hand any man a loaded fucking weapon.
Every time I hand off my weapon to
you don't know
anybody.
what that man's went through that day. You don't know what's going through his mind. You don't know what the hell's going on. I don't give a fuck if he's your best friend, if he's your fucking priest. You make sure you pull the fucking mag out of that thing and you take the round out this chamber.
I'm not like you. See, for me,
dude, I am not going to hand somebody something and give them the ability to kill me with my own weapon.
If I hand off a weapon, my first instinct is clear chamber.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I clear the chamber and I keep the slide lock back on it and I drop the mag out of it.
But
because especially when I'm just showing somebody my weapon, because I am not giving somebody my loaded weapon to shoot me with. That's stupid.
Well, it depends who it is too. If they don't know nothing about firearms, then you clear and mag out.
Depend, dude, because like I said, I could be me and you could have known each other our whole life, and I had some shit happen today that caused my whole entire mental state to completely do a 180. And now the first person I get that first opportunity I get to fucking shoot somebody, you just never know.
Dude, you know what though? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. For me, I guess I think a little different. I guess because I trained with so many fucking guys and taught multiple firearms training, and I guess maybe I'm a little different.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. That was something that I was taught in the militia I was in, that you never hand any man, even your best friend, if he wants to see your pistol or rifle, you never hand it to him loaded. Why would you hand somebody something to kill you with that's yours? I mean, seriously, if all they want to do is look at it, what do they need the rounds for?
Well, no, that's true. That's true. But I mean, like I said, I guess
story if they look, if you want to shoot it, then pick up the magazine, put it in it, and go out to the range. But not only that, a lot of times you hand somebody something, you don't know if they're going to fumble it. You don't know if they're going to drop it. You don't know if, dude, you know how many motherfuckers I would hand a gun and they would, even with it empty and the slide racked back, they would still flag me with a fucking empty gun.
Oh, don't get me wrong. In the militia, dude, I've flipped on people. I've flipped on people for certain instances. In controlled environments, I've flipped on people. But I guess I'm just different. Because for me, everything's always loaded. I mean, everything. Everything's always loaded to the brim. And that's in my household. When I'm training, everything's always loaded and set up. When I'm doing shoot houses, when I'm doing whatever I'm doing, it just that's just the way I am.
Right. But what I'm saying is a person, even if you're at a shoot house or if you're out at a range, like even my uncle, because my uncle, he's the one that taught me how to shoot. And he never gave me a loaded gun. He always made me load it my fucking self.
Well, that's truth. If we're out shooting, I'll make them up. Listen, I'll clear chamber myself and make them loaded them fucking selves. Absolutely. Especially like when we're training, right? We're emptying mags like crazy. Next motherfucker up is is loading those mags. That's just the way it is. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe I am too trusting, man. I keep everything loaded. If someone wants to see my pistol, I'll pop it, clear the chamber, and hand it to them.
I get maybe for me it's because I'm just overly aware. After I had 6 motherfuckers running my house, I just don't give anybody the opportunity for me to be the one to give them the opportunity to harm me.
Well, the thing is if you clear chamber, it's not like he can pull the trigger and shoot you. He's got to rack that chamber. So
that takes a half a second, Mike. That takes a half a second.
And it takes a half a second to punch him in the face. I mean,
but if you don't see it, but if you don't see it coming, dude, you could literally hand somebody a loaded gun. Think about this. Even if you take the round out of the chamber and you leave the magazine in, most of the time when you take the round out of the chamber and you leave the magazine in, most people leave it racked back where you can see down inside of it. All they got to do is hit that thumb flip. Now it's fucking loaded and got a round racked in it. And all he's got to do is pull the trigger as soon as you put it in his hand.
I mean, listen, I don't know, maybe I'm trusting. I mean, for me, it's like.
I mean, it's whatever, man. But to me, I just will not. I will not be the one who is the reason for my own death. I am not giving somebody the tool and the means to kill me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not doing it. You can use it as a club. when I hand it to you. If you're just looking at it, but you ain't going to shoot me with my own gun.
No, that's true. But most people, if I'm showing my firearm, most of my friends or acquaintances or whatever got firearms on them anyway. I mean,
right.
Remember too, I'm in an open carry state. Every motherfucker around here, every redneck motherfucker, doesn't matter where you go, has a gun on their hip. Kids, everything. They all have guns on their hips, so it's different.
Whether I'm in a constitutional carry state, whether everybody's got a gun on their hip or not should not deter me from continuing on with the firearm safety.
Your practices are fine, but for me, it's like most of the people, if they want to see my firearm, like I said, I clear chamber, but most of the people I mess with have guns on them anyway, whether it's concealed or whether it's in a holster. I mean, everybody I know carries a gun. I mean, honestly, I don't think there's anybody I don't know.
Like I said, if you handed me a loaded gun, I'd probably cuss you out. I would. I ain't gonna lie, dude.
I mean, I'd clear a chamber, but for me, I'm not gonna clear a mag. I mean,
why? It's just as simple as just pushing a button.
No, I get it. I get it.
You can literally drop the mag while you're unchambering it.
I get it. Just for me, I mean, I don't know. My conscience is like whatever. Like, dude, listen. I mean,
there's so many people out there that think. Look, you know how many people that I've messed with that claim that they have firearm safety and knowledge, and then you hand them a weapon and they have no clue how to even fucking handle it.
Oh, dude, that's true. But most of the people who carry around here, like, obviously know how to handle a weapon they're carrying. But I get what you're saying. I've been at the range where like I said, I've screamed at people. I've been in situations where I was training, where I've screamed at people, and they were using their own firearms, and I'm screaming at them. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, when we're training, and you got guys down low in all different, all different formations. If someone shoots at you, you got to assess situation. You can't just raise up and shoot because you got formations in front of you. You got to be, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just too trusting. I mean, I just think that by the time you rack that chamber, I'll have you on the ground. That's just me.
I just try and take all possible scenarios out when it comes to something like that, because secondly, you can know somebody your whole life and not know what kind of knowledge they have on weapons. They can sit and tell you one thing and then it'd be another altogether. I just don't trust anybody anymore, because I've had people that are supposed to be closest to me, be the ones that do the worst damage to me, do the worst harm. You know what I'm saying? And you should be able to relate to that.
Oh, for me, yes, of course. How many hits?
So if I can't trust the people that are supposed to have been the closest to me, those are the ones that have done the most harm. Why would I even remotely, hand somebody, take the chance with someone else that I'm just friends with? That I, you know what I mean?
How often though? How often? I mean, this is truth. How often, unless it's one of your close boys, does someone actually ask to see your firearm?
Most people don't know I have firearms except for the one that I carry on my hip, unless it's one of my dudes.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, how often does someone say, "Oh, let me see"?
Not very often. I mean, that's something that my dad used to do all the time, man. He would sit and pull, like, any fucking moron, anybody that would come in the house. He would always be wanting to pull his guns out and show to everybody. I'm like, dude, do you know how fucking stupid that is?
No, I don't really. I rarely. Don't get me wrong. I keep guns everywhere, but I'm still aware. So, like, even when people walk in my house, I know where every one of my firearms is placed. So I'm aware of everything. But my firearms are always like in my house. But number one, I don't welcome guests in my house. Like, it's very rare. Unless you're my close friends, you don't come to my house. You don't even knock on my fucking door. It's just the way I am. Me and my wife are very to ourselves and like our privacy. But most of the time, people they can't even see where the guns are. You know what I'm saying? I stick guns in different places. I'm just one of those. Call me crazy, whatever you want. I just keep guns everywhere. I need access to all the time.
You know where they are. Everyone else doesn't.
Yeah, the only one is
my dad. My old man would really sit and pull them out of where they are, all of his weapons, and show people what his arsenal was.
No.
Even if it was somebody that he was meeting for the first time, dude. Like, he would use that for a talking point. I'm like, dude, you know how fucking stupid you are?
I mean, you're talking to someone who once possessed 380 firearms, and I would never show my arsenal.
Right. That's my point. You know, and that's another one of them things. Like, my old man was fucking risking people's lives just because he wanted to be fucking whatever. And dude, you're basically giving people that you don't know a reason to entertain the idea of robbing your ass and then robbing you with your own shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Because it isn't like, look, dude, my dad didn't keep his shit in a gun safe or anything. You know where he kept the shit? In his fucking bedroom closet.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, I don't know a gun safe. I don't believe in them. I need access to everything.
This is funny right here. This is the type of dad that I'm going to be with my son. You know what I'm saying? Because this is quality parenting 101 in my opinion.
Mom and Dad. Mom hit her head? Yeah. Are you alright? Mom, are you good?
I would have threw that chest at him.
Is Mom's head okay?
Not really any of your business, but after 30 years, she's getting better at it.
Did you catch that joke?
That's pretty fucking funny right there.
That was great. Fucking hilarious. Loved it. Oh, shit. You know, that's like, because look, dude, I can't wait for my son to hit puberty or be in high school and shit. And him make the mistake of like going and him make the mistake of popping off and this, that, and the third and say, yeah, well, do you really want me to tell you how many times, or you really want me to tell you where your mom's mouth was in the middle of the night when you used to cry and wake up screaming before she would come up and give you kisses?
Yeah, I mean, dude, the way I parent, I don't know. I parent so much differently, but I'm a ball buster with my kids anyway.
Yeah, I am too. You know, I feel that as a father, our job is to prepare our sons for everything that could possibly be thrown at them. You know what I'm saying? But also do it in a loving manner. You know,
listen, my kids can never ever get bullied. They just can't.
Dude, my son will. Neither will mine.
They can't because I bully them more than anything, and I don't do it. I don't mean it like that, like, you know. But it's like I always tell. I know
exactly what you mean. You heard Mikey. He told you.
Yeah.
You know, he told you straight up. My dad said that he's going to be the biggest bully I ever have because you're not going to be a wimp. You're not going to be a pussy. You're not going to be a pushover. You're not going to allow words and what people say to get you in your emotions and your feelings and this, that, and the other. You're not going to be a fucking pansy ass follower. You are a leader. I am raising leaders. I'm not raising followers.
Damn right. Like with my kid, I used to tell him all the time, like my oldest son before he pissed me off, but I used to tell him, never ever be afraid of, number one, he's 6'4". So he shouldn't be afraid of anybody in high school at 6'4". But I told him, I said, never be afraid of anybody. I said, no one could ever hit you. None of your kids in high school could ever hit you as hard as I've hit you. Just remember that.
You know, and that's one of them things that I feel that that's my job to do. It's my job to make sure that I raise my son to be a leader and to be a man and to be able to handle stressful situations, to be able to handle what life throws at him while still allowing him to be able to learn things as he grows.
Oh, absolutely true.
You know, and it's my job to make sure that I raise my daughter to know, to be able to go from a princess to becoming someone's wife someday.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had a girl, I think I would have been a more emotional guy. Because my kids will even tell you I'm emotionless, like I am. Even my wife will say I'm emotionless. And I think if I had a girl, it probably would have changed my life differently.
My son seen me cry one time, and that was when my mom died. The day I buried her. That was the only time he ever saw me cry, and he don't even remember it. See, I don't want my kids to see me cry ever.
Now, dude, my wife would say I'm an emotionless prick. There's not much that really give me emotion. I mean, my senior year of high school, I had 17 friends pass away. I went to 17 funerals just my senior year. Over my lifetime, I've had so many people pass away. Half my town that I knew is dead. I mean, for me, I've hardened so much emotionally, especially with the shit with my ex-wife and stuff like that. Like I've hardened to the point where there's not much that can give me emotion.
I was hardened as a child because I had a stepfather that used to like to use me as a punching bag. Look, when I was a young kid, Mikey's age, I was a mama's boy, and I was a very sensitive kid. All right. And it didn't take much to make me cry. And my stepdad didn't like that. And he used to his way of fixing it was to beat it out of me. And from the time I was probably about 11 or 12 years old until I was 16 and put him on his back, him and his buddy used to go to the bars and shit on the weekends, man, and they come home after the bar about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they wake me up in the middle of the night and make me go out and fight two drunk men. It wasn't nothing for me to go out, him to take me out fishing, and then before the fishing trip was over, him be sitting there smacking me upside the head and shit, trying to make me cry, and this, that, and the other. It got to the point to where and plus you got to understand too, really, I am a redhead, but I'm not. You can see that I got some red in my hair. So redheads have a hard time figuring out they have to learn how to control their anger and shit, especially men. And it took me a long time to learn how to do it. And I know, like when I was in high school and stuff, people knew that by that point, if they saw tears rolling down my eyes, it wasn't because I was sad or upset. It was because I was about ready to fuck you up. If they saw tears,
like me, I harnessed, like you probably did the same thing. I took every bit of feeling and harnessed it into anger. Like I used to tell people,
I was an angry man, dude. Seriously, I was really an angry person. Like I used to size up. I sized up every fucking person. Every man I ever saw, I sized him up. Every one.
I used to fight people and tell them, just remember, when you fight me, every girlfriend I ever broke up with, every tragedy that's happened in my life, everything that's ever happened to me is going into this fight. So remember that before you raise your hands. And I used to warn people.
Every single ass whooping I ever took from my fucking stepdad is going in this. Every fucking ass whooping I took from my father is going into this. Like that's the other thing. Like my father watched my stepdad beat my ass one day and did nothing when I was a kid. Nothing. So, and that's something that a lot of people don't realize. When you're that kid that gets the shit beat out of you at home all the time, kids at school don't fuck with you. And see,
dude, I got my ass kicked by my
I would tell my kids, my older ones, the reason why I look, I told my my older kids that story, and they started crying when I told them. They said that they can't believe that I grew up like that, and I said, because I told them, I said, while my stepdad thought that he was teaching me how to be a man doing that, the only thing he did was teach me how to deal with extreme pain. And for me to learn how to go to a place.
Kicked by my brother and his friends. They were state champ wrestlers and kicked the shit out of me until I learned how to stab people. And then it was over after that. I stabbed one of his fucking friends with remember the old bottle openers with the points? His friend went to go kick the shit out of me. I stabbed him with it. After that, no one ever fucking me.
And that's the thing. That's why I don't understand why so many people go out and they throw so many there's so many people out here that they throw these threats and shit out at people, especially like online and shit, this, that, and the other, and they don't even know where someone is mentally.
Dude, you remember what I used to do in my live videos? When I used to have a shit talker, I used to pull out a credit card and say, I will fly you to meet me to fight live on Facebook. I used to say it all the fucking time.
You know, the thing is I don't want to fight. I don't like fighting because I know what happens when I fight. I don't like doing it because look, I am a father now. I don't want my kids to see that demon, that monster that it took a long time for me to put away. You know, I don't want.
Listen, I've been there, bro. I mean, listen, you want to know why I moved to Florida? I'll tell you the truth. I moved to Florida because my son was, I think, at that time, I think he was 8 years old. I beat a kid with a fucking pipe so fucking bad while my son fucking watched and heard him screaming, please stop, please stop. It's a long story how that happened and how I got triggered, but I beat the fuck out of this kid bad right in front of my son. Never again. That was it. I moved to Florida. I changed my ways. I might have threatened some people in front of my kids, but I've never, I won't fight in front of my kids no more.
Yeah, I won't fight in front of kids. I can't. I won't even fight in front of other people's kids. Actually, the ex I was talking about, her boyfriend, his kid saved his life one day. His own kid, because he was sitting there running his mouth. You know, 4th of July, I used to go pick the kids up because we all of us would get together and have a big 4th of July weekend party. Me and a bunch of kids that I went to school with. Well, they just got back from a trip to Myrtle Beach, you know, so she called me to come pick them up so I could take them for the weekend 4th of July trip. I go to pick him up, and this motherfucker comes outside. He's holding his daughter in his arms, all right? And he's sitting there. Yeah, I just got back from taking your kids on a vacation. Okay, that's cool. Well, you know, I paid for that. I'm the, you know, you're just basically running me in the ground. And my daughter comes out, and my son comes out, and they hear it. My daughter looks at him and says, why don't you just leave? Why do you always have to be like that? All right. And trying to get him to stop. Well, then their mom comes out, and their mom, she sees the look in my eyes, and she's seen that look before. She went over and grabbed the kid out of her fucking old man's arms. And all I did was walk up and bitch slap the fuck out of that motherfucker, dude. I mean, and it wasn't like, it was one of those bap right upside the fucking right here, and caused him to stumble back.
I gotta be honest,
stumble back and fall on his ass, dude. And then dude, as he was getting up, dude, I was pulling back to fucking clock him with that fucking all the way from down here in the gut haymaker, dude. I was getting ready to drop him, and I looked over, and I see my two kids standing there crying. That didn't bother me, but it did. But I saw his little 1-year-old daughter in his mom's arms, or in her mom's arms, crying because what she was witnessing. And I was not, dude, I did not feel right. As much as I wanted to fucking murder him, I did not feel right taking his daughter's security and safety of her dad away from her that early in her life.
I'll tell you what, bro. I have to be honest. There is nothing like slapping a man.
Dude, isn't it so fucking pleasurable? Because,
bro, it brings
big ass fucking handprint that he had right here on his fucking forehead. Because look, dude, then he calls the cops and tries to fucking get me charged with assault.
Well, that's when you know a bitch. Listen, here's the thing I say about slapping men. If you slap a man, most of the time, it brings them to that emotional state when their mother used to kick their ass. So
because
they don't want to fight back.
I'm basically telling you that I think you're a bitch. That's why I slapped you.
I mean, now if you punch a man in the face, he's gonna get angry and fight you back. You slap him, I'm telling you,
dude, that hits him all the way in his soul. Yeah, that hits him in a whole nother place, all the way in his soul, dude.
And then you call the cops, and the cops are just gonna laugh. They're gonna like, wait, he slapped you, he didn't punch you, then they're gonna fucking laugh. Although,
well, look, the thing is he didn't even tell at that time my kids' mom that he called the cops. You know, I get there and what happens is I have a message on my phone that I need to call the police department. You know, and they're like, he told me this ridiculous story. He said this, that, and the other. And I was like, look, you know who my ex is? Because I was talking to the chief of police. He's like, yeah. You know how many times she's called the cops on me for shit. Wouldn't you think that if I did something wrong and was out of line, she would have been the one to call the cops instead of him? I said, he's the one that he started this shit. I said, he ought to feel lucky that I was able to control myself and that I put the kids over my pride because I was going to.
You know what's messed up though? Nowadays, it's so different nowadays that you can't even say. Do you know, like in the state that I live in, this is how ridiculous it is, as free and as conservative as we are. If you say, yo, I'll beat your ass, they can go to the police station and file a charge for attempted harm or whatever the hell it is. Fucking.
It depends on what state you're in.
Listen, the whole situation with my wife ready to go to friggin' prison Tuesday. I swear to God, a lady was trespassing on my property, and I told her 5 times to get off my property. And she's like, I'll be back. I said, well, we have a castle doctrine. I said, so I'm going to let you know. And my wife said, I will use my Second Amendment right. That bitch went down to the police station, and now my wife faces charges for attempting, I forget, some bullshit fucking charge with a fucking no bail warrant.
Hold on. I'm sorry, man. I just noticed that I had a couple cash apps. So, Beak, thanks for the $20, brother. I appreciate it. He says, Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you. Let's see. I know I got something on here I can give you. And Regulo probably like this if he's still in here. Most of you guys have seen this a couple times, but here, I'll give you this one.
And I will be nigger sitting you two until your grandfather returns. Your granddaddy picked me because I am a licensed zoologist. I have studied a variety of wild animals, and the African male is by far the most savagely cunning. This is an opportunity to observe you niggers in your natural habitat and collect data. But be warned, whatever nigger trickery you got up your sleeves does not affect me.
And then we got Miss Georgia Swan, man. She hit me with the $10 in the PayPal, so I appreciate that as well.
Oh, Miss Swan.
I'll give you the request that you requested a long time ago. I put this clip up here just for you specifically.
Bobby, honey, what do you know about sexual relations?
I don't know. Nothing much. I'm a little worried about being a slut.
But thank you guys. I appreciate your donations. Greatly appreciated.
Miss Swan's a great supporter. She really is.
Oh, dude, since day one. And Beak, I appreciate that, man. You know, I'm one of the few people that's only been booted. They've only bountied me one time on CT stream out of the 7 months I've been going over there. I've only been bountied off once, and when I got bountied off, they put me right back on. Somebody paid the bounty to get me right back on. You know. But actually, I'm going to play this real quick, and then I might pull up a little bit of what was going on CT stream today. That way you can see. But this is funny right here. This is quality parenting, too.
I find his bong out by the trash cans in a weird, like, hobbit bag. Yeah, like I wouldn't notice his hand-woven 8th century hobbit bag. This dude thinks he's so smart. Didn't that happen?
Oh yeah, it happened. Can I tell you something I've never told you before? I don't think I'm smart. I know I'm smart, and I know you're stupid because you found the decoy bomb. Wait! That makes no sense. Did you ever even look at the bomb closely? No. Okay. It didn't work. It was broken. I knew you were snooping, and so I decided to plant something somewhere to where I knew you would find it, and then think you found everything, and not go look for the actual bomb and the actual stash that was just sitting in my room for 10 years. So I don't think I'm super smart, but I know I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that poor kid, bro, when he was younger, before he started doing stand-up, he got
his dad tortured him. His dad tortured him.
The best stories, bro.
That guy right there, that little boy, look, he brought the torture on himself too because he wasn't that bright. Some of the shit he did was, dude, the stories his dad tells about him reminds me of the dumb shit I did when I was a teenager.
Yeah, and you know what's funny too? It's like my kids will do dumb shit, and I'm like, when are you guys gonna realize, like, I already know what you're doing before you do it? Like, I've done listen, my kids can never be as bad as me, Jesus Christ. I've done every dumb fucking thing possible. Like, they can never, like, even my wife tells my son, like, when are you gonna realize that you can't get away with shit? We know everything. Like, we know everything that kid does at any moment.
Look, my son is still trying to figure out why I'm deaf any other time except for when he's running his mouth and thinks I can't hear him. He can't figure it out.
My dad bought my kid a phone, and now I don't let my kids really have electronics, right? So my dad buys my kid a phone, and then he's like, "Oh, is it all right?" Well, I'm like, "All right, whatever." So I knew exactly what was going to happen. Sure enough, Tammy takes his phone away. He's staying up late, blah, blah, blah. Well, obviously, he's watching fucking porn and shit. So Tammy takes his phone away. 2 months later for Christmas, she buys him a new phone. I was like, well, what the fuck was the point of taking it away? She's like, well, he's 13. He's going to be friggin' watching shit and doing, you know, I'm like, that was the dumbest parenting ever. Like, I would have took the phone away, smashed it, never gave it to him again. She gets him another one 2 months later.
So, this is the part when that Lawrence was talking about. This is where you've never been over to Chaotix, have you?
No.
You ought to check him out, man, because he actually does have some really good discussions up there. You know,
dude, I love him, man. I think I love being on panels with him, honestly.
But this is where Mr. S is running his mouth, and Mr. S is some Arab Muslim from over in Afghanistan or wherever that's always running his mouth about Americans.
Anything in this life that have nothing to do with the clan and your lineage.
Stop attacking the message. You guys need to stop doing this.
Bro, stop, bro. You're a hypocrite, and it sounds ridiculous when you talk, Mr. S, because you're such a hypocrite.
Your homes are in disrespect. Your women are soulless, headless, no direction. I tell you why. Because a man like Ghetto people here is leading them. Finish. Mr. Nostril, I'm not dumb. I'm hearing your nostril, not your mouth.
Amira, if you knew anything about quote-unquote West Africans, you would do research on the groups of Native American tribes that were taken to the Canary Islands and then resold back into the Americas. Amira, El Webby, Miss Africa. Do some actual research on the tribes that were taken from the Americas and resold. Are we going to say, like, there wasn't literal Indians that were taken from here? There wasn't literal freedmen who were Indians, like Liberia, Lincolnia, like all of these places in West Africa weren't started with free black people from here in this country, right? We're going to say that didn't really happen and that the people in Liberia still don't have last names like Thompson and Williams and stuff now because it was actual American people that they took to Liberia and other countries over there, right? You guys don't know any history. Y'all just say what y'all sixth grade teacher taught y'all. Like, are y'all smarter than fifth graders? A lot of you are not. I'm sorry. A lot of you are not smarter than fifth graders.
You should ain't you got a 12-year-old daughter to go sell off to the sex trade?
That was rough.
That what he just said.
I mean, while you're up here talking crap about American people all the time, why don't you worry about your own country for a change? Why don't you get your own sandbox? Get your litter box in order.
So say that again.
You heard me. I didn't stutter.
No, I didn't hear you. Say that again, Uncle.
Well, maybe you ought to get the camel piss out of your ears than you would have.
You might have to be careful. You have more to lose than me. One.
Get him, white man. Get him.
You have more to lose than me. You have children to look after.
What's your point?
Don't play with it.
All you do is come up here and talk. All you do is throw shade and shine at people in America, and you live somewhere across the ocean. Are you serious? You don't even live in this country. Why are you even up here trying to tell us how to do stuff? Figure your own stuff out. You've been fighting the
dumb
same war
Americans.
for 4,000 years.
Dumb Americans. Actually, I can't say dumb Americans because CT is a smart American, but yeah, the majority, you guys are all very thick and dumb and inbred.
Yeah, that's why we're the biggest empire on the planet.
Sorry?
That's why you guys call us to come help you when things get crazy, right? Because you need real people to come over because your little suicide bombers just don't cut it.
Who's you? Saddam Hussein.
Bro, you're in a Western country. Shut the hell up, bro. Just shut up.
Well, let me tell you something. At least when I drive,
I don't care, dude. I don't give a crap what you think, dude.
When I open my tap, dust doesn't come out.
What you know what's going to be sad is when you die a martyr, you're going to find out that them 72 versions are dudes.
I will make you my shackled slave in the afterlife. How about that?
No, you won't.
I'll give you a
No,
workout
you won't.
as well.
I'm gonna crack the whip on your ass, dude. I'm gonna enslave you and show you what it was like to be a slave since you like enslaving people.
Nah, you're gonna teach them like how it was in Zanzibar, how them Arabs were over there. Crack that whip.
You know what I'll do is I'll tie you up and let little kids do to you what you do to little kids.
I beg your pardon?
You didn't stutter.
You heard them. What y'all be doing to little kids over in your country?
Like
how about we let some little 12 and 13-year-old little girls stone you to death over and over and over again?
You cannot. You see, in America, you can't trust a child with a set of car keys, but you can trust the child by taking his decision.
It's funny, man, because you was up here talking all kinds of crap about American culture, but then when I wanted to come up here and throw the same energy back at you, you don't like it, do you? You don't like it, do you?
Look, I'm a smart guy. You see, these jiggers here and this white vanilla man here, they're all dumb. How can a child?
Yeah,
you can't trust. Your
avatar is a man who got hung by his own people, and it was live streamed.
Cut off his willy and to change his gender. How does that work? Like, only happens in America. Long live America, then.
Hey, if America's so bad, why do you guys come over here? You guys are the ones coming over here wanting to change our culture. How about you take your people back to where they're from and get them out of our government so they stop ruining shit?
If you like to give a low blow in the boxing ring, let me do the same. Now, let me clench you in the ring and let me ask you a question. Say your son now, the one that came in the room that you're in now.
Dude, don't you bring my son into this.
He said to you,
don't you bring my son into this. Don't you bring my son into this, sir. Don't you bring my son into this. No, I'm not going to sit here and allow you.
That's the type of man that he is. He got to talk about children who's not even on the panel saying that. So we already know what we're dealing with right here.
I've been called a terrorist since I was a young kid. So if I say something,
what's your point? Nobody talked about your children.
Nigga, you'll hear it. So here's the deal.
I like Rifleman. He's a good dude.
Daddy, I want to be a girl. What can you say? Keep it real, Nick.
What relevance does that have to do with anything, dude? Seriously, why are you asking me what I would do with my?
In the United States of the Great Americano, if your son right now is saying we mistreat children, we do whatever with children. If your son right now came to you and said, "I want to look like a Barbie, but in real life, I want to put a hole up my thing," you can't say nothing.
You know what? If that's what he wants to do when he becomes an adult, that's his business. Until then, he's going to be the boy that I created. How about that?
You are a weak man.
I'm a weak man. Why? Because I said if that's what he wants to do when he becomes an adult, that's his business.
America that I know. This is not American citizens I know. Pre-2000.
Because I do.
American
citizens. Are you serious? Are you
These
serious? You're sitting telling me that I'm a weak man when you're the one that advocates for a person who actually married a 13-year-old little girl and tried to impregnate her. Are you serious? But yet I'm telling you, I'm gonna make a kid understand that his identity is what it is, and if that's the case when he's an adult,
listen, yo, my nigga. Listen.
I like to quote from the book Africans and Natives in America.
You can't do nothing. You'll be arrested if you go against your son. Tells you now, say, "Daddy, I'm 11 years old. I want to be a woman tomorrow.
Have you lost your mind?
Say no.
Have you lost your mind?
Yes or no?
Have you lost your mind?
No,
I think it's funny that you live over there in a big ass fucking glitter box.
Time it is,
tell me how
you guys are in the war zone.
Hey, somebody, I told you, somebody, you gotta watch the F bombs, dude. Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead.
See, I'm gonna keep it short and brief. I have to be up in less than 4.5 hours. But anyhow, I'm disappointed, chaotic man. I thought in America there was more of you than these little children here, cutting each other off for the last.
So
5
you
hours.
love little children. So why are you upset?
See, the last 5 hours, and you have Chuck here telling me, "Oh, you hate America," and I said to him, "Okay, all right, so okay, I hate America. So what is that? Oh, you guys abuse children." I am telling you right now, institutional abuse of children happens in America more often than in the Middle East.
What's up,
At least we whip our
T96?
kids.
You a
when they
damn liar,
misbehave.
you idiot.
Wait, 1 second. At least when our kids misbehave, you take out the belt and we hit so they know pain and they never do that again. I bet your child, Chuck, I bet if he comes to you today, right now, at 6 p.m. and says to you, "Daddy, I want to be a girl from tomorrow. I want to be called ballerina." Can you say anything?
Come here.
Can you say anything?
Do you want to be a girl?
No.
You think you'll ever want to be a girl? No. Do you disrespect me and your mom? Me or your mom? No, why? Because what happens?
Very good. Man, he's got the child.
You
as
get
well,
punished?
bro. Hello, little child.
Don't tell me how to raise my kids, sir. You saw how quick my son came in here when I said his name too, right?
Listen, not
That's a child that respects his father and he knows that who's in charge around here. Don't
Nice
sit
to see
and try
you.
and question my parenting skills, sir, while you're selling your kids off to the slave trade.
My friend, listen, this is an adult conversation. Man, I'm getting you Americans worked up, goddamn.
Hey, you brought my kids into this, dude. You brought my 8-year-old son into this. You're damn right I'm worked up over it.
Yeah, lovely. Come on.
Because I tell you what, if you was over here, you wouldn't have enough time to pull your sword out, dude. Because I know that's what you're thinking right now. I'm telling you what, my 1911's faster than your Smithar.
Right,
Was Mary really 13?
Which is good. I mean, I enjoy getting you Americans triggered because I know how small your intelligence levels are. Very, very rare to get the caliber of Chaotic Truth, Obsidian Ali, Dennis Sterling.
Generally, I keep
Austin Holloman.
When you bring my kids into this, sir, when you bring my kids into this, when you direct something directly at my kids, then I take it personal. See, you can say whatever you want about me. I don't give a crap. But you wanted to bring my son into this, sir. You wanted to bring my son into a discussion between two men. See, that's the problem that I have with people like you. You want to bring kids into an adult's argument.
You see how you feel now.
Because the people like him, the kids are adults and they should be allowed in the room.
You see how you
Watch
feel now?
here in a minute. My son comes and serves me a piece of cake too.
Get used to it.
Shut up. You live in the West, you idiot. Shut up.
So when he does it, it's not crying victim though. But when I do it, it is. Can we get some clarity on what's going on in this family?
Excuse me. So,
I might, you know what?
I told you to stop cursing, man.
An idea. I might do.
I'm about to end the show anyway, man.
That the next time he comes on a panel.
Listen, I'm very, very sorry about that, Chuck. It all comes in good from a good place. Yeah, I'm not here.
It all comes from a lack of self-control. Like you trying to preach to us like you somebody better.
You're a family man, which is good. I have nothing but respect for you. You're a man in the household. You're doing something right.
You see how he's trying to appeal to my better nature now.
Understand that there's more child abuse happening in America than in the Middle East. Like, for example,
I'm very well aware of what's going on in America.
The government,
that's because you're allowed to marry 9-year-old
I
kids.
live here, so I'm very well aware of what's going on here.
Like, but is it true that the institution lives with your wife or lives with your children in the same household? Of course they do. If your child says something, like, for example, if you hit your child now and he goes to the school and he says, "My daddy hit me," what would happen?
If my son made the mistake of going to school and if my son made the mistake of going to school and telling the school and getting me arrested or trying to get me arrested, I'd knock him out when he got back. Because, look, dude, there's a such thing as making sure that your kids know where they stand. My son isn't going to go and run his mouth about what goes on in my house because he knows that that's more detrimental to his safety than me.
You have to discipline him. You have to discipline him, and you just had
What are you talking about? I can't discipline him. See, you're talking about things that don't happen.
I know mothers and fathers who were taken to court because they used their mini finger, the small finger, the tip of your hand, yeah? They use that to hit
because you know a few mothers and fathers that went to court, that means that's all of Americans.
And complain to the teachers. And then the teachers
you obviously don't know nothing about hood parents.
Well, he's stupid. He's just using anecdotal situations, so he's not really saying anything. So go ahead, waste our time more, Mr. S.
I mean, okay, if I'm stupid, but I am stupid as you guys. You guys are like fashionably stupid.
I know what you are, but what am I? I got you. Okay, keep going.
So you know what makes you guys think, bro?
You have blood in your hands.
This is what all these other countries think about us. Seriously. This is the bullshit. Like, if you go around and you talk to all these other people, this is what every country thinks about fucking Americans. You want to know why? Because our
government sticks their nose where it don't belong.
No, dude, it's our weaponized media that puts out all this crap that all these guys watch, and this is where they get their ammo. And every other country talks crap about us like this because of that.
Where is he? He's up here somewhere. Come on. No, I'm looking for Be Brave and Think.
Oh, you went off on him too, right?
Yeah. I did. Because he is saying some reckless ass shit.
Bro, I'm sitting in this old, like, 1950s chair right now, bro. It is killing my fucking ass. You remember those old little stools that folded out into, like, step stools and shit?
Uh-huh.
Well, I bought an antique one because I wanted one. I had one when I was a kid, so I bought one, and I was sitting
there. He is.
And it's killing me.
There he is. Where is it that I pop on?
Hey, you find it. I'm grabbing a pack.
There it is. There it is.
All right, go ahead.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it. You blacks aren't saying what needs to be said to get an effect. It's called salesmanship. Get a point. Get to it. Make it stick. Here's the point. You got a small number of black kids that are destroying a huge number of kids, and this small number of kids is making all of these other kids into psychopathic killers, and that's translating into 670 mass shootings in 1 year. By the way, none of them are caught. All of them, a lot of those mass shooters are still on the loose. Do you get that, folks?
Eric,
do I get to respond? So what's funny about his speech? He's like, "You blacks need to step up." The minute that a couple black people try to step up, your golden retriever, dog-smelling, yellow Labrador women, your white women are going to step in and make excuses. It's you making excuses for those people killing people.
Right.
White people right. are the ones
You're
making excuses. White people would not even back what you're saying right now.
So let me
no. Let me finish. Let me finish. If your golden retriever women with a dog smelling ass didn't vote the way that they did and come and want to create this world. Somebody in here chatted a minute ago and said the Democrats are causing divisiveness and we all need to come together. No, we don't need to. That's what I'm talking about. No, we don't need to all come together. Some people need to be separate. Some people need to be separate from everybody else. Some groups and some cultures, as we see on this panel, do not belong here. Just like some people don't belong out in the streets of America either. So the point that I'm making is white people who look like you have this belief that America is supposed to be this place that's created for all people, and it's not. They have a weak mentality, and if any black person, like you said, were to go out to the streets and do what needs to be done, the first people that would be there to lock them up, to call them inhumane, to call them self-hating, and to cancel them would be white people.
You ask excellent questions and they don't have any answers.
No, that's an answer. Throw it back in the news.
You know what? I know for a fact.
They never got caught, but he knows their race and color and what the perpetrator looked like. You can't make this stuff up, man. Listen to the logic that he's going, y'all.
Just so you know, me and the rest of the white delegation,
he's a snake.
We don't
Just
support
like
this
Mr. S is a snake. They come up here and they want to act like they're all moral and everything, but it's really just to try to pull you one way or the other. It's just to try to make you think one way or the other.
Observation, sir. Don't even say with what. You can shoot 4 people with a
fella.
Okay, let me hop
in 1 year.
You know how easy it is for them to label something a mass shooting. All you have to have is 4 people shot. 4 people shot for it to be a mass shooting, and they don't even say with what. You can shoot 4 people with a pellet gun in it.
Well, no, they 4 people shot with it. No, it's in the definition. It's 4 people shot or injured.
How many mass shootings did the mobsters have back in the 40s?
I don't care. If
people just like within a couple minutes of a disagreement, just go into. You know what's so funny? You know what?
Guys, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. DMT.
You know what's so funny? You know. I need to chill with the conduct that's not respectable. Okay, hold on. How you want somebody to respect you as a black man, but you can't even fundamentally
stop it. I'm not gonna let you get up here and do it. Number one.
No, DMT. Oh, I'm not saying. Hold on. DMT.
Fire action battalion. You're not sure. That's not true. You guys, I was observing for over 2 hours.
Damn it! I'm trying to
get people like Mr. Ed.
What I want to say, as the gentlemen who were all talking over each other. Number one, no one heard pretty much anything any of you guys said, even though you were very passionate about that. Number two, if Mr. S can trigger you so easily,
because I speak after
consider your own personal mindset and where you are at. Because Mr. S throws jabs at me. Mr. S, please. Mr. S throws jabs at me all day long. Now, you guys may notice it or may not notice it because of my apostasy and my background and all that. He is constantly throwing jabs. I simply don't bite because he's throwing out a lead. That's all it is. Just because he's fishing, that doesn't mean I have to bite. I'm not that much. I'm not that stupid of a fish. So that's all it is. Mr. S is a bait. Don't bite when he does it.
Be brave. He's the white equivalent of what you're talking about. You notice he came up here. He derailed the conversation. Tried to be polite about it. You know, respectfully, yada yada yada, while he's up here slamming people, just so he can get chaos on the panel, so people will stop talking. That's what he does. He is the exact equivalent of what you're talking about with Mr. S.
No, what I said was completely legitimate. She's got an avatar that looks like an escort service, and she speaks spirituality to a very profound level, and she thinks she's fooling. I'm going, get into it.
You're a pervert.
Snowman,
Every time you see a woman with her head back, it turns you on.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, all my women have been prettier than yours have ever been, Bob. Trust me.
I highly doubt it, dude.
I know you have a hard time thinking. Okay, have you insulted me enough for the day, Chuck? Are you okay now?
Have a quiet word.
Have you insulted me enough for the day?
No, I haven't, because you're insulting white people.
Okay, well.
There's a black man.
I'm not hearing this. There's a day between the BS and the truth. Can you hear me, Chuck?
All right, there's a black man gonna get out to speak without being cut off. No.
See, Chuck, you're absolutely right. Be brave and think was criticizing that lovely woman. Was criticizing her based on her religious beliefs. Now, these are the dumb wits.
Mr. S, I don't like your religious beliefs, and I want to chop your head off.
You got sand in your
How does that make you feel?
You see, with this guy, he has
how does that make you feel,
connective tissue embedded in his head called dreads.
Mr. S,
sand in your Wi-Fi.
I don't your plan.
Like he's drunk
you
on
want to chop my head off, and you want to blow stuff up, and then
lifestyle or aiding and abetting that negative
lifestyle.
Yeah,
I think that's where I fall off.
Period. Now, what they was talking about with Juneteenth, that was a gift by the Democratic Party. The promotion of it.
That's enough of that stuff.
Dude, I don't know how you go on a panel with that many people. That would drive me fucking crazy.
Well, a lot of it, I turn the volume down and I sit and I just listen to specific people, you know, and then I wait to actually speak on the subject at hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And not only that, you got to understand, I spent my beginnings, my basically when I was a YouTube virgin, I was on Maurice Delk's, he called it, the Rumble, Sunday Night Rumble, where he would let everybody come up and it was basically the last man standing. And there was so much shit talking, dude. Dude, I could pull you up some clips from me over on Moe's going off on people. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yep.
Dude, you know what? Like some of these people, You know me, man. You know I can roll with the best of them. But some of these people, I don't even give them the time. I'm just like, whatever. Especially these overseas people in Europe and shit like that. They know nothing about our politics. They know nothing about our society and how things work. It's just like they have no place to talk about Americans. Just like you were talking with.
We don't even have running water, so why are they talking to us?
You were actually nice to that guy because how much stuff do we have to say on him? You were talking about his sword. Remember, all the weapons he's got was left from the United States.
Right. You know,
I mean,
I'm just look, dude. I'll be honest with you. There's people on here that have known me since I first came on, and I used like Regula. Regula's known me for a hot minute. Cyber's known me for a minute. Lawrence, as probably in this chat today, probably the one that's known me the longest, possibly. But I used to actually try to be easy with my words, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Try and have some be a little bit politically correct with, but even though I don't like using that word, you know what I'm saying? And actually pay attention to the verbiage that I was using so as to not trigger somebody. I don't give a fuck anymore. Look, Lawrence said, "Yep." Lawrence, do I care anymore, or did they force that shit right out of me? Because they came at me so fucking hard for so long that it just got to the point where I was like, "Look, dude, if you guys are going to sit here and think that it's all right for you to sit here and slander me any way you want, and say whatever the fuck you want to me, and just because of something that someone did to one of your ancestors that looked like you 300 years ago, that looked like me, you think that you have the right to say whatever the fuck you want about me and my kids? You got another thing coming. If what you're wanting is that soundbite, I'll be your Huckleberry. I'll give you that hard R, and I won't even think twice about it. I'll fucking give you that hard R with you standing right here looking at me right in real time. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah, listen, that's me. Like, when I get on a roll, my mouth don't shut the fuck up. And they don't call me Mike Rage for no reason.
Yeah, you know what, Lawrence? You have known me the longest, man, and I appreciate that because I try to make sure. I'm pretty sure that my beliefs and the way I stand and where I stand is stay consistent, even though I'm not nice about it anymore.
You got to be consistent. Listen.
Look, a man's word is all you have. That's something I'm trying to teach my son, And how can I teach that to my son if I'm not willing to do it myself? How can I expect him to live that way if I'm not leading by example? Nunya, bring your ass up here.
I'm about to hop off in a second, bro. I am shot. I got to get to work and work on that stupid new house tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you still digging on that, huh?
Dude, I'll be on it till August, bro. I completely gutted the whole thing, reframed everything, all new wiring. I'm starting to finish, bro.
Right.
And I'm doing it by myself, so.
You know what? But at least if you're doing it by yourself, it's gonna be done the way you want it.
Yeah, dude. You know what it is I own 2 other companies, so I'm working. I've been working nonstop 7 days a week. Today, I was just like, I went down to the house because we had a bad storm roll through. So I had to go check. I mean, we had 100-mile-an-hour winds. A tornado hit over in Broken Arrow. So I was like, I had to go check the house, make sure everything's all right. But dude, 7 days a week, I've been going nonstop. I'm burnt, man. I mean, all day, every day. You know me, I'm up like it's almost 1 o'clock now. I'll be up at 3:30, 4 in the morning, ready to go.
Right. Well, dude, there'll be nights that I suffer from insomnia, so there'll be a lot of nights I'll stay up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 in the morning, take like an hour or 2 nap, and then get right back up at 6 and be taking care of kids.
I'm getting too old for that shit.
Yeah, dude, me too. I'm not that far behind you.
Listen, I just put out contracts. Hopefully they start coming in tomorrow. I got it. But like I said, the new house, that's been getting all my attention, so.
Right.
But hopefully by August, then I'll be able to just chill and relax.
Right. I hope so for your sake, man. I know what it's like when you're basically ran so thin that you can see it in your eyes. You're exhausted.
Well, dude, you want to know what it is? I got to be honest with you. You know, I'm fighting a corrupt judicial system out here, fighting the government, fighting all that shit. Like,
Can you tell me somewhere they're not corrupt though?
Yeah, dude. Let me tell you something. This house I bought is in the middle of the fucking woods.
Dude, that's the best.
It's gated. It's in the middle of the woods, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not even asking questions anymore. I'm just shooting first. I'm so tired of this shit. I'm like,
where's this house at?
Where is it?
Yeah,
it's Fort Gibson. It's like in the middle of the woods.
No, what state?
Oklahoma. It's still
Okay.
Oklahoma. Yeah, it's still here, but it's backwoods.
That's out there where you guys still got the nosy ass good old boys fucking committee that's in power, right?
Yeah, but you want to know what, dude? You think being from up north, usually good old boys don't accept people from up north, but I'm like the northern redneck. They fucking love me. Like
Really?
the neighbors across the street, been there 4 years. They see everything that comes in and out of my fucking property, so no, I don't have to worry about shit. And they fucking love me for some reason. So yeah, I mean, dude, it's just, I mean, I'll be out in the middle of nowhere, and hopefully things will calm down a little, bro.
Well, look, I think the problem with the corrupt system is the corrupt system. They know that we Generation X, we're tired of it, and we've been slow, but trying to take our spot. You know what I'm saying? Slowly,
Well,
and get this old money out of politics, because that's what's wrong with all the way down to a lot of small communities. It's old politics running policy that's actually destroying towns, destroying them.
I'll tell you what, when they mess with me, it is what it is. I handle myself in a certain way. But when you come after my sick wife on bullshit charges, like that's where, like, I already warned this town, because I have so much evidence and shit on this town anyway, and video footage and shit. I said, I'm going to tell you something right now. You're going to start a war the likes you've never fucking seen in this town, and you're not going to be able to handle. Dude, when Antifa rolled through here, the sheriff literally called me and my wife the trained citizens militia. Swear to God.
Oh, yeah?
Because they didn't know how to fucking handle it. And then ever since this new DA has been fucking with me and the FBI and all that fucking bullshit, I'm at a point where it's like, I will die for my country, and I'm ready to fucking go to war.
Well, I would have looked at the DA and said, the last I checked, the Second Amendment starts with a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state. And
Dude,
that does not mean
I'm at the point, bro. I'm at the point. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm at the point where
I know you're a lot like you're where I'm at, man. Look, you've watched too many people that you thought were your fucking homeboys that said that they would always be your back, that went on this ride with you. You're the last man standing out. Everybody turned their back on you. Everybody tucked tail and ran. Everybody that you looked up to ended up being a fucking letdown, and everything that you believed in is now falling apart because we got this fucking corruption going on that nobody wants to do anything about.
Yeah,
I get it, dude. I really do.
I'm at a point where it's like, I'm just ready. Like, if people like are watching your panel, probably think I'm nuts. Like, I'm at a listen. You know me.
Actually, Mike, I've gotten a lot of comments about you, and most people like it when you come up. They like you. You're a preferred panelist, man.
Oh, I appreciate it. I mean, listen, I am me, bro. I speak truth. I stand for everybody because everybody falls under the Constitution, regardless of who the fuck you are, what you dress like, what gender you are. Listen. I have my own beliefs, but I'm for everybody. I'm not really an asshole. I mean, I am, but I'm not.
No, you are. I was going to say you're an asshole, dude.
No, I am. I mean, I'm an asshole, and I take to certain people that most people wouldn't take to sometimes on the panels. But I'll tell you what, dude. I just, for me, I've gotten to a point, especially like the other day, I look at my wife and this bullshit that's going on, and I'm like, I'm just ready for fucking war. I just want to get it over with already.
Either war for Jesus to fucking come, one or the other.
Listen, Jesus ain't coming.
You know, I'm just saying.
Jesus ain't coming.
Look, dude, I don't know about you, but I am so sick of hearing shit about the silent majority, about the, the people are waking up and they're going to get together. Dude, I've been hearing that shit for fucking 20 years of my goddamn life. And the only thing I've seen is people go out and arbitrarily train when someone ain't in office or someone's in office they don't like, and put their shit up and let it collect dust when someone's in office they do like. And none of them are willing to fucking stand up and do anything. Nobody's willing to risk it all. Because that's what it is. Like fucking Conspiracy Box was saying the other night. How much are you willing to lose? How much are you willing to risk? Because some of us have already taken that risk. We're willing to risk everything and had everybody that said that they would be there and have our back and that we were doing this together as a nation turn their back on us.
Listen. When I had death threats, I walked in the line of fire. And not death threats, literal actual recordings from the FBI. When I have drones follow me and helicopters, and you might think I'm fucking nuts, but I got all the videos.
No, I know what that's like.
The government doesn't waste money like that if it isn't important. That's what people have to understand. I've made enough noise in this fucking country. I've lived the fight. I'm at the point where I'm ready for the fucking revolution. And if everybody, right, left, and different, would just get some kind of shit just a little bit straight and agree on one fucking thing, we can pop off this revolution and end this shit already.
And you notice that he said revolution because they won a civil war, but what America needs is revolution.
We need a revolution.
You know, because that's something that I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but that always irked me, even from Patriots that always said that Civil War shit. That always told me that they didn't pay attention, because Civil War is me and you fighting. You know, that's what Civil War is. Me fighting with you, Ja fighting with T-96, Nunya fighting with Lawrence. That's what they want. They want us fighting with each other, because a revolution is when all the people in this fucking nation all stand up in unison and fix their gaze to the same motherfucking enemy. That's what they fear. Right. That is what they are so fearful of. You know, they fear the day. That's why do you think they're pushing shit so fast? And I know I'm not directing that to you. I'm directing that to people that are listening to the stream or listening to it later. Why do you think they're pushing this shit so fast, and why things are happening at such a rapid rate? Why you're seeing the decline of the nation happen so fast? Because
listen, I ain't saying that me and my wife were top dog when it came to certain shit. But besides January 6th, how much standing have you seen since we left the scene?
None anywhere, dude. You know, how much standing have you seen at all anywhere?
We popped off. Well, my wife mainly. I'm going to be honest with you. My wife is great at coordinating rallies. 43 fucking rallies across this fucking country. And I'll tell you what, they were all the big issues seen. NOLA, Boston Free Speech Rally, Charlottesville, fucking everything you've seen. Virginia Gun Rights Rally, all the biggest fucking rallies, the most exposure, every news station across this fucking country. And I'll tell you what, me and my wife sat back. We said we're going into retirement when the world fucking turned on us. And I haven't seen shit since. What? Maybe a small group of 5 or 20. That's all I've seen.
Right. And the Jaws comment, Jaws 100% correct on that. You know, Fred Hampton gets a bad rap. They try to fucking wrap him up as a fucking terrorist and a Black Panther extremist. And he's the one that started the Rainbow Coalition. And the Rainbow Coalition actually had what they were trying to eliminate color. They were bringing together blacks, browns, whites, purples, greens, everybody. That's what he was trying to do, is get everybody to stand up and rise together.
Listen, I did that in 2018 and got crucified by my own. Listen, this is what people don't know about me. I used to be, if you search Mike Rage and you search 3%er, my face popped up first. And I'm going to tell you something. I threw a unity rally for constitutional rights. I had a fucking transgender speak on Second Amendment rights. I shit you not. I had every race, color, creed there. I had Jexit there, everybody. And my own side turned on me, crucified me for the fucking believing in what I believed in. And I still stand by that rally that day. I still say that you'll never see another fucking thing like it. And I don't give a shit what any patriot or fucking right winger or anybody has to fucking say about it.
The same thing happened to me with the West Ohio Minutemen, dude. When we went down, we ended up going down to Houston after Harvey hit. All right, we managed to in about a week and a half's time get enough food and clothes and sanitary items, as well as money donated to fill up 2 box trucks and enough cash to donate to people. All right, that we went down there to help out. All right. Well, the guy that was the head of the CO of the platoon leader. All right. He was linking up with someone down in Houston that he didn't know, but he was playing it off like he did know him, even though my literal uncle that I'd known my whole life, who was a vet from the Army, and he was in the 101st Airborne, lived right down outside of Dayton, Texas, which is right outside of Houston, Texas. All right, where we were going. I was telling him that we were going down there to help out, and my uncle offered his property for our AO while we were down there. That way we'd have a safe place to be where I would know somebody. And he also said, because he worked with the squad and the fire department a lot down there, he said he could actually get us in touch with the fire chief and the actual squads in the area. That way we could go out and help with some search and rescue that they were wanting to do down there. All right. Well, he didn't want to listen to me. He wanted to take the lead, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. We get down there and we're at this, we end up going to this guy's place. He owns it's a firearms store down there, which I don't have a problem with that. But what I did have a problem with is the room that he put us in while we were sleeping and whatnot. We were all on cameras the whole time. All right. With a bunch of random people coming in the whole night, with us having thousands of dollars worth of fucking supplies and food and cash on us, as well as all of our gear. All right. That I didn't like. Well, then the next day we leave from where we were at, which was right outside of Houston, right? Like if you drive, I don't know how familiar you are with Texas, because I'm not that familiar. I just know we drove down this long road and it dumped us out like right by the Gulf, where you could see the Gulf, and that's where this guy's gun shop was. It was like in this gate, like golf course community right by the Gulf. All right. Well, we're going from there, and I remember we're going down a highway towards like Beaumont, Texas. All right, which is towards Louisiana, and that's where the major part of the flooding was in that area where that big highway with the bridges and shit. Right. Yeah. Well, we're going down there, and we're supposed to meet up at this fucking Walmart store with all these other people. They're supposed to be doing search and rescue. Well, what it ends up becoming is nothing more than a fucking shit show. We're standing out there all day long doing nothing, absolutely nothing. And he gets, and rightfully so, he gets mad. You know what I'm saying? But he got mad to the point to where he lost sight of the mission itself. All right. Okay. So, and then there was another person that was tasked with the job. They were supposed to be getting on the phone and finding contacts or getting contacts for people that weren't all. We were trying to help somebody with the supplies we brought. We wanted to help somebody that wasn't getting helped. You know, a small town somewhere that got affected, that wasn't getting any relief from anybody, because all these great big cities all the way around, they were getting all kinds of help from Red Cross and shit and FEMA. You know what I'm saying? So if you went down there and you went to give any of the supplies to them, all they were doing is taking everybody's supplies, putting it in a storage container, and then eventually it was getting fucking thrown in the trash.
I wish we worked together back then.
Well, look, this bitch wasn't doing her job that she was signed up to do, of trying to find somewhere to take this shit. All right. So after hearing the platoon leader fucking whine and cry and talk about how, fuck it, we're just going to take everything and dump it in a fucking parking lot somewhere and bounce out, I said, no, the fuck we aren't. That is not what we're doing. I said, if we can't come down here and actually help people search and rescue like you want, then we're at least going to finish half the fucking mission. We're going to take the supplies that we brought down here and give them to somebody that needs them. I said, give me fucking an hour and I will find somewhere to take it. All right. I got a hold of my uncle, had my uncle gave me the phone numbers to like I think it was like 7 or 8 different churches and community centers around the area where he lived, which was still affected pretty hard too. All right. Well, I ended up getting a hold of this person that was a church leader in Devers, Texas. All right. And it took about 6 hours or so of getting everything lined up, but we were supposed to meet him the next day. All right. Or no, was that later that evening? Sorry. When we got back in that area, 6 hours. And I talked to 5 different people on the phone. First, the secretary, and then the secretary got me in charge, a hold of the assistant deacon. And then the deacon called me, then the assistant pastor. And then the pastor finally called me, to where I felt comfortable enough that, yes, this is a good this is where this stuff needs to go. Well, when we rolled up into town, we really knew it was where it needed to go, because it was one of these towns, Mike, that I shit you not. That town needed the help before the hurricane hit. Seriously. There were fucking everywhere in that town houses that had tarps already on the roof. You could tell because they weren't new tarps. They were old tarps that had been on roofs for years. All right. That type of town. It was half, boarded up and tarped houses, and the other half was trailer park community with a church right in the middle of it. All right. And then the kids that came out, I've never seen anything like this before. These kids that came out were, I wouldn't say filthy, but they were dirty. You could tell that they, hadn't probably bathed properly like they were supposed to, but it was even worse than that. They were barefoot, or they were wearing shoes that were where you could see their toes sticking out the end of them. And they was wearing clothes that were either 2 sizes too small or 2 sizes too big. You know what I'm saying? That type of being poor. And dude, the shit just weighed on my heart seeing it. But these people, the spirit they had inside of them was like nothing I'd ever witnessed before. Well, since I've been the one that had been getting a hold of all these people for the entire day, damn near, the pastor and the deacon came up, and that, after we got everything unloaded, they were talking to me, because, they sat and fellowshipped with us. We had, like a couple sandwiches and whatnot, because we was there for a couple hours. Well, the fucking platoon leader got pissed off because he wasn't the one they were talking to. They were addressing me, even though I introduced them to him. They were the leaders of the church were talking to me, and so I was sitting there and I was conversating with them and whatnot. Well, this motherfucker took it as a slight, like I was trying to fucking, assert my authority over him, and this, that, and the other. And dude caused like a big ass rift where it literally, when we got back, they started, how militias are. Generally, you vet people when they're new, and the entire group, all the men, vote on whether or not these new members come in or not. They started voting on people to come in the middle of the night over Facebook Messenger chat boards that we had. All right. And some of us were like, what the fuck is going on here? When did this happen? When did these people get voted in? And then people, and look, because of what I said and because I took up leadership when he failed to lead. All right. Because I took up leadership and at least finished half of the mission. He took it as me trying to attack him and caused this big ass rift where the militia literally split in half. All right. And then ended up falling apart altogether.
Well, that's how I've seen him. Yeah,
and the thing was, it wasn't even about, I wasn't trying to get recognition. I was just trying to do what was right.
You were doing what you had to do. Bro, my guys got fucked up in Harvey, bro. My guys came back with MRSA and shit, and some of them are still sick to this day. My wife was in a village in Little Cambodia in Texas, rebuilding a whole entire fucking village. So,
what pissed me off about Harvey is all these motherfucking glory hounds down there that I literally watched would go up by a flooded area, do this and take a fucking selfie, put it on Facebook. Down here in fucking Texas, hashtag Hurricane Harvey.
Oh, dude, I know it.
It was disgusting. It was fucking disgusting.
I know it. I've been through so many disaster relief situations. Like even when Irma hit Florida, Category 4, we got destroyed. So Florida was pretty much empty. Well, I stayed behind, right? I had no power for fucking, I don't even know, 72 days. Seriously. I went and had brought a whole team down to a place. The mayor of Naples actually called me and said, I need your help. And I went over to this place in Immokalee where FEMA wasn't. Same thing like you. We loaded up a whole entire school. We fucking brought barbecues down in Jeeps and shit and set up barbecues and had a cookout with the entire fucking town. They were so grateful, but same concept. They looked like they were poor long before this shit happened, you know? And then,
you know, but the thing is where's all the loyalty of them motherfuckers? That none of them meant or believed anything they said. That even look, they were all in it for their self, for their own personal gain.
Everybody turned because you're right. Number one, you saw who the glory hounds were, because I could tell you exactly who they were on Facebook trying to take donations. Dude, it was fucking sickening, the capitalization. Like, that's why I was behind the scenes for so long. I used to mentor leaders across the United States. I didn't want to be known out in the public.
Well, bro, why do you think it pissed me off so bad that I let fucking Jeremy Dieter fucking pull the wool over my eyes after going through that shit once before?
Dude, let me tell you about Jeremy fucking Dieter.
I can't stand that fucking. He's a fed, dude. That motherfucker's a straight up fed.
Bro, that piece of shit. I get on video. This is no lie. This was actually not too long ago, maybe like 6-7 months ago. And he tries to pop shit. And he gets in my messenger. I said, oh, he goes, you know who I am? I go, what, the crackhead from fucking Ohio? I said, I know exactly who the fuck you are, you piece of shit. So anyway, we put him in his place, and he was kissing our ass and trying to work with us. So I was like, bro, I don't like you. Same thing, like, listen, I can go on forever with half the community. I ain't gonna bad mouth no one. Listen, they know who they are. They know the rifts they caused. I mean,
I only badmouth the people that are doing people wrong. The people like Dieter, who are going out and misleading people. Because that's what he's doing. He's literally misleading people. And if you want my opinion, I really do think he's a fucking fed. Because you explained to me how.
Dude, when I left the originals, bro, this is a true story. You remember Matt Marshall or no?
Uh-huh.
When me and Matt left the originals, do you know 34,000 members left with us?
Really?
34,000. We didn't even ask them to leave. I left because I got sick. I got cancer in my jaw at that time. So I was handing off leadership because I needed to take care of myself. And when we left, 34,000 people left that organization.
I'll be honest with you. Last time I talked to Dieter, I straight up looked at him. I said, why don't you be honest and tell everybody what really happened to Chris Kirby?
Bro, he's a little crackhead. Half these motherfuckers in the organization, bro, let me tell you something. People don't understand. I still have files and files and screenshots upon screenshots.
Dude, I got flash drives full of all kinds of information. Seriously.
And the thing is, I could care less. Here's what I learned. I leaded a movement. I think I did a pretty damn good job. And trust me, I had haters. I ain't going to lie. I had haters all over. But I led a movement the best way I thought it should be led. And when everybody turned on me for doing, I think, the right thing, I said, fuck it. I said, I could still save a country without all these fucking fake motherfuckers who are never going to get up out of their houses. They're never going to do nothing. It doesn't matter. You couldn't even get these motherfuckers to show up to a rally. You can't get them to show up to a Walmart, let alone a rally.
Bro, I had managed from just a nobody in a little small militia in Ohio, managed to get the Huey P. Newton Gun Club out of fucking Columbus to ally with all of the fucking Ohio militias, which that isn't an easy task. It really isn't, because most of them motherfuckers don't want nothing to do. Huh?
I had people I wouldn't ally with, but
what I'm saying is usually they like to stay alone, because the Huey P. Newton Gun Club is basically like the militia version of the Black Panthers. All right. And, and I ended up meeting the head of that one. Huh?
Look at Virginia gun rights rally. Look what happened there. When we got crucified for shit that we weren't even involved with to begin with. But
actually, everybody was asked to come there. They asked everybody to come. So I don't even understand what the fuck the big deal was. The nation was
me and Tammy were the fall people. That's what it was. And you want to know what it was? People saw what I was able to do, and they hated it. Like when my boy Alex got his guns taken away in friggin' Long Island. I shut down the entire police station and 911 system. They were crying on the internet for me to stop. No lie. Law enforcement was crying for us to stop. I shut down everything. And people got jealous of that shit. And that's the way it was.
I was never really ahead of anything. I've just always been really good at researching and putting information out. Well, you know, and it wasn't until the being in the West Ohio Minutemen, I didn't know that I had leadership qualities until they developed.
Listen, I used to tell everybody, my philosophy is this. Always create leaders, never create followers. Right. That's what a leader does. And I used to create leaders all over the fucking United States. I would never create a follower. I would mentor leaders, let them lead, do their job. I would never step in. For me, it was all about creating leaders across the United States. I did what I thought was right. I led the way I thought things should be led. And trust me, I made plenty of fucking mistakes along the way. I've also watched other people make plenty of mistakes, and I learned from all of that. That's why I was the best at what I did at the end. But when everybody turned on me because of jealousy and bullshit, I said never. I said, I don't even care if I led a revolution tomorrow. I still wouldn't trust one soul by my side or behind me. I wouldn't trust fucking anybody but my wife and kid. Swear to God.
Really, those are the only people anybody can personally trust, is the people that they've created their own personal family with. Everyone else, you don't know what their outside ulterior motives are, you know, and that's something that, you know, you and I had to learn the hard way.
I think a lot of us learned the hard way. I think a lot of us learned. I mean, you think about the organizations that we were in and how many people we saw come and go. That should have warned us in the beginning.
Dude, the thing is look, I'll be honest. I didn't realize how involved I was in things until I realized just how involved I was in things. And then it was one of those things that was surreal.
Well,
you know, the first time the feds come knocking on your door over something that's a national fucking issue, I'm like, whoa.
But I got to explain something to you. So me and you actually have to talk about this. We can do it live. I know you were probably friends with fucking Adam. I won't say his last name on camera. I made that kid cry in D.C. in Ted Cruz's office. I never liked him. I never trusted him. He wasn't a 3%er, even though they claim he was. He was a 3%. He was in fucking Michigan guard for maybe 2 weeks. I never trusted that fucking kid at all. And I know you might have been friends with him. With what happened and stuff like that.
I didn't know Adam that well. I knew Barry.
I made Adam cry, literally, in Ted Cruz's office. This is no lie. Made him fucking cry in Ted Cruz's office. I never liked him. He was a hothead steroid head that should have never even been part of a militia. And Barry Croft is another one that.
Actually, when I'd met Barry, Barry had mellowed out. He was actually on, you know, Barry was actually trying to do something right. And I still have the proof of it on a flash drive.
Well, maybe I talked to him before his time, but I never liked him since the day I talked to him on the phone, and he called me constantly. And there's reasons why. I'm sure you know things that happen down in Texas, shit like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and people have to understand. I was the front man for a lot of shit, especially that situation with Texas moving from place to place.
Well, a lot of people don't understand that a lot of this stuff that they just saw happen with the Michigan and the January 6th thing, it's literally tied to Texas and the sex trafficking movement with these kids and shit, because that's what that dude was trying to fight. He was ousting. I'm not talking about Barry. I'm talking about the other guy. He was actually trying to put out, you know, that the EPS down there was literally fucking trafficking kids.
Listen, I got the call to move him in the middle of the night. And I'll tell you what,
dude, I saw the video that was online when the feds came to his house and he was sitting on his front porch with, it had the fucking, the screened in front porch that he was sitting in. And they fired on him right there live on a fucking live stream.
Well, how many of look, they shot Lavoy Vinicum live on national TV, Ruby Ridge, fucking Waco. People don't understand. and anybody on this panel, most of you guys were lied to about many situations. Lied. I mean, when I tell you lied to, if you knew the true story, you probably wouldn't believe it if you heard it 1,000 times. I can tell you the true stories behind shit. It's same thing.
Stranger than fiction, dude. The truth is stranger than fiction, and there's so much reality.
And people have to understand, we were a part of. I mean, shit. We were a part of so much shit that when January 6th happened, they thought me and my wife planned it. I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? We're sitting in the privacy of our own home." But yeah, are we watching on TV? Are we on the phone with people? Yeah, but did we plan it?
I'm here to tell you that the FBI and Richard Trask, they set up that Michigan thing for just so they could pull off the January 6th thing. That was all done in tandem. That was all done in tandem.
Did you see the whistleblower? He's exposing it right now. I mean, the whistleblower is exposing everything with January 6th that happened right friggin' now. And for me, it's like, listen, that wasn't an insurrection. You can't pull an insurrection on a building that you own. The government does not own our capital. It is the people's. Every single one of you watching, every single citizen of the United States,
dude, that's
that capital is ours.
Every time somebody said that was the federal, no, that is the people's capital. That is the people's house
with our tax money. And people don't understand that. And that's where the government, this is where I have such a huge problem with government overreach.
And that's why nobody will step up, Mike, because they don't understand.
And the thing is I was that guy. You know how many times the FBI, DHS, they knocked on my fucking door? You know how many times they came to my fucking house, my condo in Florida? You know, because I spoke truth and I exposed agents. Or any agent within the 3%ers, I fucking exposed right away.
Dude,
that's why they were all over my ass.
I've always told everybody since all this shit happened and my personal involvement in it is you can guarantee, you can bet your ass that any kind of fringe political movement that you might get involved in that is for the people in the nation, it is infiltrated and being led by a Fed.
Listen, I was infiltrated. I'm going to tell you something. Besides all the people I exposed, I'm going to tell you about my infiltration.
Dakota says the people are pussies. That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something about my infiltration. Let's call him Joe Smitty, and I'm sure you heard of him because he was all over the place. And he used to be a certain person in Georgia's right-hand man.
Yep.
I was very good friends with him. We knew a lot of personal shit until I got suspicious and I followed money. And I found out that he was an FBI agent and his wife was a process manager or whatever she was for DHS. I flipped my motherfucking lid when I found out that I befriended an agent and he was trying to take me down. I'll tell you what, I learned my lesson that day.
That's how I feel about the Michigan thing because I didn't realize it, but I was told by the fucking investigator for the lawyer for Adam Fox that he called me and talked to me on the phone for 4 hours. And he said, he straight up came out and told me, he said, look, the only reason why you didn't get arrested, because they had a warrant ready for you. They were coming for you, but you never went to any of the field trainings. You weren't there at any of the field trainings. That's the only thing that saved your ass.
I knew when everything was happening. The whole little basement incident. I don't know if anybody knows about that. I don't even know if that's public. I don't know if that's public or not, but
yeah, it is.
I knew about all that stuff.
Dude, I talked to Adam. I still talk to Adam's girlfriend.
See, I don't like her at all, and I don't like Adam at all. I don't.
I've known Adam's girlfriend since we were kids.
See, the thing is here's what it comes down to. They were friends with, Jim over in Michigan, who was friends with Adam. And Jim's one of my good friends for a very long time. I took his kid to the White House when we served the redress agreements. So, I mean, I got a picture of his kid literally in the White House at the window watching Trump get on his chopper. Right. So I know Jim for a long time, and I know behind the scenes Adam
very
well, and that's why I didn't like him at all.
I'll be honest. I think what upset me the most was you know Bill Null, right?
Yep.
Him and his brother from the Michigan
Guard,
Michigan 3% or Michigan Patriot.
3%.
Yeah, it wasn't the Michigan Wolverines, but anyhow, look, Bill. The only reason why Bill Null got involved is because I asked him to get involved. You know, me and him had been trying to meet up because we had met through what was it, the Green Dragons, that national organization that was trying to get set up, and we'd met through there. And me and him were both on. Basically, we were both on all the inner boards, all the inner chat boards, because we were part of basically the round table is what they called it, where all the people that put out information sit and talk together. You know. And the only reason why Bill went is because me and him talked all the time, not just, you know, on the boards, but we had each other's numbers. We talked. We had planned on linking up because he ran a dojo up in Michigan. You know what I'm saying? And I was just right down in Muncie. So we was trying to link up. Well, that thing came up and we was like, fuck it. Well, let's do that, you know? And that's the only reason why. And dude, there's guilt there for me because I know that the guy's he's not an extremist. He's not a terrorist. He just loves his country. You know what I'm saying?
Well, dude, it was a setup, man. Listen, if I can count all the times they tried to set me up, oh God, I can't even tell you how many times they tried to set me up. I was just so smart, dude. I literally, when I got out,
for me, it was I trusted my gut, dude. That's the only reason why I never went to any of the field trainings, dude. Every time I came, dude, I was going to go to the field trainings. You know, Barry was going to pick me up for 2 of them and us carpool up there because he's already coming from Delaware anyhow, and he's going to be going right through Indiana to get to Wisconsin.
Yeah,
you know. So, but every time it came time that day, like I'd get this really nauseous, fucking like sick to my stomach feeling, dude. And the one time I didn't listen to that, I got robbed by somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I never stopped. So I never ignored it again. You know, and when I felt that something was off about it, I didn't like it. Not to mention, I tried to warn right off the very first time I met fucking Steve Robeson. There was something off about that dude right off the rip.
Dude, I can name people who are still involved that I still think are feds.
Well, you know, Dieter, out of all of us, Dieter's the only one that didn't have a Fed show up at his house and investigate him. Out of all of us that got subpoenas to be witnesses to that federal case, he's the only one that got a subpoena from the prosecution.
I actually read Jim's subpoena. Yeah, I know. I mean, my thing is this: is that when we first started the 3%, we first started the organizations.
You know what I might do, just for the shits and giggles, since I know what you're talking about with the whistleblower Adam, because he was just on Tim Pool and all that shit. What I may end up doing one day this week is I'll go and pull the video, or what I'll do is I'll go record it tonight before they find out what I'm doing and pull it. I'll record it and I'll sit, and if you want, you can hop on and I'll let you watch the video of me. Dieter, fucking Thomas, fucking CM, which was one of the fucking feds. There was Mike McDonald, and I forget who the other two were on a panel with Robeson that we live streamed, where we were literally interrogating him about everything. And I can sit and point out where people when and where people were sitting and trying to direct and save other people from questioning.
Dude, I still think Yingling is a Fed. Remember Yingling?
No, I don't.
I still think he's a Fed. He's the one who used. So let me tell you something. So there was a militia panel, not a panel. It was I don't even want to know what you call it. It was a panel with Antifa. There's no lie. Where Antifa and the militia used to talk before events, de-escalate situations, and do things. It was called Enron, and I can tell you, it was called Enron, and I could tell you who the members were. And Yingling was one of them, and I still think he's a fucking Fed to this day. I never trusted that motherfucker.
You know Jeremy Botus out of Arizona? I think he's a Fed too.
There's a lot. Listen, if we want to rattle off names, I'll tell you who's a Fed, who works with the Feds. I still know everybody's name. Like, you know, I know who's a Fed. I know who's working with the Feds, and some people are just fucking obvious. But for me, it's like, I've had enough, dude. I've had enough of because the Feds were funny. First, they'd come and question me. Or not just the Feds. DHS used to do it a lot, too, because I outed one of their agents. First, they would question me. They would try to be my friend. Then I'd be questioned. Then they'd be aggressive. Then they'd follow me for a month. I got followed when I was doing full-time. So, I kind of went off grid for a little bit, and I did full-time RV living, right? Every time I showed up at an RV park, a federal officer was there. Every time. I got pictures. I used to have my son, and he was young at the time, walk by the vans and take pictures of the license plates.
Interesting.
Yeah, they followed me. They would follow me to meetings. I got followed from Naples to Tampa. I don't know if you know how long that ride is, but I got followed by a helicopter that entire ride because I was having a meeting with leaders.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
I've had a lot of instances.
The fucking, it's like the channel's gone.
What do you mean?
The one that I was talking about that I was looking for.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Dude, the channel's gone. It's scrubbed.
I'm sure it is.
But that was dude, this was one of Dieter's main fucking YouTube platforms that he was talking on.
Maybe his whole channel scrubbed.
It's interesting. Say the
unless
least.
He changed the name or something.
I don't know.
Dude, I don't trust Dieter anyway. Like when he
I don't trust him at all, dude. I would, dude. Nope. He's a fucking cocksucker. Oh wait,
he tried to come at us.
It ain't scrubbed. He changed the fucking
He changed the name, right?
No, I think he changed the fucking there ain't no lives on it no more.
You got to watch out. My Mike Ray's YouTube deleted every single video ever downloaded on it. But we still have
No, that ain't the right one. But no, my first one I had hundreds of videos on, dude, and that's where all the videos that I'd been saving for a long time, and actually I don't even, dude.
My Rage Nation has nothing on it because it's new, but I told Tammy, I said, maybe I'm going to jump on our old Verbal Hangover YouTube because we have we don't use it anymore, but we have all the we deleted probably 120 videos, but we have rally videos on there. We got fucking everything. We got some crazy shit on there.
Well, dude, you want to hear something interesting? What's wild? You know how on January 6th, they put some kind of, it was like some kind of fucking internet fucking blanket over DC to where nobody could live stream?
No, dude, I don't know. I was still we were still talking to people on the steps.
No, what I'm saying is you couldn't get on social media and live stream out, like that. Everybody's feed was blocked to where if you live streamed, it wasn't getting out. Okay.
Yeah, well, that lets you know it's a setup.
Jeremy Dieter managed to be able to live stream while he was there.
Really?
Yeah, when everyone else wasn't. And look, I got a buddy, Trey, who was actually there, and my buddy, the real Greg Kelly from the Real Greg Kelly Show. Both of them went together. Greg brought like a media team. I'll let you. When me and him are going to do a live stream probably a week or so, and I'll let you talk to him. He's got so many hours of footage of what was going on in DC. He like he saw it from all four angles. He had different teams on all four sides of the Capitol.
Well, you remember News to Share, right?
That name sounds familiar.
If you go on the News to Share, you'll see they follow every fucking rally. They're in the thick of it. They used to, that was Tammy and I's camera crew. That's who used to follow Tammy and I around everywhere and record everything, because we always needed shit recorded because you never know what was going to happen. But look up News to Share. You'll see a lot of shit on there, bro. Oh, man, a lot of shit.
But I do remember that when I first met you, Dieter tried, if you recall, because when I first met you, you was talking to me about that that contract that you guys have, the redress. You know, and if you recall, I went on, I read it, and then I signed it and was passing it on to everyone else because I was like, damn, that's something I can get down with. That's real tangible shit. You know what I'm saying? And then I talked to Dieter, and you remember I got back with you afterwards because I said Dieter was talking all kinds of shit, saying that you and your old lady set up this and was setting people up here and this, that, and the third. And
dude, what happened was we were having a meeting before, like a dinner, with all the top leaders across the United States before Virginia gun rights rally, right? So Tammy and I had no idea. Yingling and Gary Sigler brought in two members of John Brown Gun Club in there and someone else in the meeting so we could talk peace for the event, which there was peace throughout the whole event. But here's the thing. We didn't know until the event happened. You get what I'm saying? Then Michael Bogus brought in some bitch, which everybody knows from Unite the Right.
Right.
Which I wasn't fucking having. So Tammy and I were in the kitchen fighting with this little bitch from Unite the Right, Michael Bogus, while they were doing whatever they were out there. But Tammy and I were the fall people for all of them, that whole entire meeting. So that's kind of how it went down.
Yeah, I just don't trust. There's certain people that, you know, when you go back with hindsight and you start glowing over things, there were clues that I overlooked. You know,
there was so much shit that happened,
but there was so much going on all at once, man.
Dude, I didn't even realize what happened. All I know is I was showing up to a dinner. I met with all the leaders, whatever. I was outside smoking a cigarette. Next thing I know, Tammy's calling me into the kitchen. And then next thing I know, there's guys from John Brown Gun Club and all that shit. Like, I literally didn't find out. But because Tammy and I were up here, everybody blamed us for that whole entire fucking thing. So that's kind of how it happened. But I was like, everybody in the world pretty much, you know, knew who I was as far as the 3% groups. Like, you really think that I work that way?
No, I mean, as I've gotten to know you, I realize that you aren't, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know how it is.
Well, and that's where I realized that the entire organization that we built and we influenced started to change. And I said, you want to know what? Fuck everybody. I'm done with it.
Right.
And look what happened. The best part about this, and this is my best revenge, not revenge, but sweet revenge, is that everybody fucking disbanded because they couldn't keep it together because they didn't have real fucking leaders.
Right.
You know, and that's, you know, that's what it comes down to. And I mean, and me and you are still standing, doing what we're doing while everybody else is sitting home fucking playing with themselves.
Well, so more so, it's more so, for me, it's just getting on here, talking about what's going on right now and making people aware that, you know, think that don't know that, look, chances are, my opinion, I used to have hope and I don't no more. I don't at all.
I don't either, bro.
And I used to be one of those guys that had hope. I used to be one of those guys that believed that there was going to be a day that everybody got together and they would be able to come together collectively you know, for the same purpose. You know, even if afterwards we all went home or back to our respective places and never spoke again. You know, but now at this point, I don't believe that we have hope anymore in this nation. This nation's too far gone.
I think that was our passion and drive that led us to that. And I think when people turned on us for stupid ass reasons, whether it was jealousy, whatever it may be, I think we came to the realization that there is no hope. No, listen, I'm sorry to say it, and I'll say it live on stream. The left is organized and the right is not. And that's just the way it is.
Well, in my opinion, I think the left is the right and the right is the left anymore.
Well, I really don't believe in the right and the left. I believe that
it's all one singular organism.
I think as Americans, right, left, and different, I think as Americans, people really need to realize get your head out of your ass, realize the shit that's really in front of you, find a common ground and make a fucking difference. That's been my I mean, I've stayed that course for a very long time. And I always agree that there's some commonality, which I believe is the Constitution. It should be the Constitution, but there's a commonality in everyone that we can find one thing that we can fight together, and we should be fighting for our Constitution.
I found it. I still got it. Dude, I'll let you see just a piece of it because I'm going to save it. I just found it because I live streamed me reviewing it again on YouTube and Facebook. Facebook saved it. So I already had it. Look at this shit. Bam, right there. That motherfucking fat little cunt bitch right there is a child molesting piece of shit fucking Fed informant. And that's a Fed, and that's a Fed, and that's a Fed.
I'm trying to see who everybody is.
This is Thomas Leaguer. This is fucking Steve Robeson. This is CM Fox. This is Jeremy Dieter. That's Mike McDonald. That's the only person on this panel I trust.
Safely assume that the folks that aren't locked up are cops. You know, so they've listed there were agents and confidential informants.
This is so long ago. This was back when I went by Trailer Hood Voodoo
That was
Ninja.
my first issue. Who were the other two people who weren't locked up?
Now, see, this is the issue that we had right now is at this time, we were only aware of like 4 or 5 either agents or informants that were involved. As of today, at this point, we know that there was a total of 12 informants and agents. I'm going to have to cut that. Dude, I'll go back through this and I'll review it and cut my commentary out so I can just watch it and go over it again.
Volunteering. So there was one person in vehicle 2 that wasn't arrested. Or even question.
Look, check this out. You want to know what's crazy? This dude right here was the fucking Fed informant that was tasked for watching me. And I didn't realize he was linked to all of my social medias. All of them.
That's crazy, bro. It's fucking. You think about all the footage they have on us and all the money wasted. I mean, because that's what I call it, honestly. All the money wasted.
Yeah, that's anybody that's still watching right now, that what I just showed you is just a little sneak peek. That way you know that I was able to find it. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to go through and I'm going to do a record of this, and I'm going to pull my commentary out and edit it, render it back down to its original. Like I said, you'll be interested to see what this conversation was, because look, what was interesting is I sat here and waited for, he was the first one to talk. I'm pretty sure a couple other people hop on, but I may be wrong, because I thought, like, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if Kawasaki jumped on it or not, to be honest with you, but I waited till everybody else talked to him except for Thomas. Okay, everybody else had something to say to this motherfucker. And when I'm down here, when I finally started addressing this motherfucker, first he starts playing defense for him and moving the goalposts. And then he starts playing defense for him. Basically, every time that I would ask a question that would implicate this motherfucker with some information that he gave me, either Thomas or CM would derail it and send the conversation somewhere else. Because I literally sat there the whole time and just listened to what everybody was saying. This is how fucking important it was to me. I had all my social medias and everything the federal government has now, or the FBI, which is basically the federal government.
Well,
like they have my old Facebook, they have my old Twitter, they have my first fucking email account, they have all my fucking messenger accounts, everything.
Hey, look, Tammy's account with 60,000 followers and all that shit.
Dude, I had 20,000 on my Facebook, dude. 20,000, and I should have listened to the wife, dude. I should have. She kept warning me. You needed to. There was things on there that I wanted, like pictures of my mom, videos of me and my mom who's gone, videos of me and the kids that I wanted to keep. And the thing is now they're gone. I'll never get them back.
Dude, you know what I was doing?
Here's something ironic, dude. Something that really blew my mind. You remember when the fucking Congress was having those federal hearings on the tech censorship?
Yeah.
And Zuckerberg was in there. Fucking Zuckerberg himself mentioned this. Said that he was the one who got a hold of the fucking FBI and Secret Service because he had been notified that there was suspicious chatter on the fucking messenger apps that he had.
Oh, I'm sure they got all my messages. I still have all my messages.
When I sit back and I think about, like even now, when I think about how closely tied I was to something that fucking big, it's surreal. It's really surreal, dude. Because who would have thought? You know, who would have thought?
I mean,
my wife was paranoid for a little while. She was worried that I was going to end up getting arrested and put in federal prison. She was scared to death.
Yeah, I never cared. I mean, it was shit. When I showed up in Virginia before we marched over to DC, there was 20 federal agents in 3 paddy wagons waiting. I'm in the back of a friggin' SUV. I'm like, fuck it, let me out. I'm like, let's go do this. So I'm a douchebag. I walk between 2 federal vehicles. I'm like, what's up, guys? Thanks for being here. And they looked at me like with this startled face. Didn't know what to fucking do. And I walked right into the devil's den. I didn't give a shit. I mean, for me, I always said as long as I stay within my legal means, they can't do shit. They can't. Like, even with the chatter, no matter what I said about revolutions or civil wars or you know, because I used to amp people up. That's why they call me Mike Rage. I used to get people all fucking crazy for rallies and shit. But as long as I stay within my legal means, like, what are they going to really fucking do? You're going to hold me as a political prisoner? And they knew at that time with the organizations that if they would have held me as a political prisoner at that time, at that reign where I was at, dude, every motherfucker in this country would have stood up. Now, I'm useless to them, but you know, I mean, but back
this
then I was
fucking here looks like a Fed.
He looks familiar.
He's infiltrated. I don't know how many different.
What's his name?
CM Fox CM Phillips. CM Phillips. I don't know what his first name is. He just always went by CM Phillips. And look, dude, I still remember at the People's meeting that we had in Peoples, Ohio. He was down there all pissed off because nobody set up. Well, I thought we was going to come down and have a plan. You know, this, that, and the third. Look, you see on there, Dieter's right here on my stream while I'm going over this. Okay? Playing his fucking shit. I can't stand that motherfucker. I swear to God. I ever see you, you fucking faggot motherfucker, I'm going to knock your fucking nose so far into the back of your skull.
He's still trying to be involved in everything.
All he's doing is setting people up.
Dude,
look, dude, you want to know what I heard? I heard that when him and Thomas went up and they actually testified, all right, because only him, Thomas, and Kawasaki actually were actually called to testify out of all the people, out of the 6 of us that were subpoenaed. Okay. Well, what was interesting is his wife, Lisa, had dropped him off at the courthouse and somehow had some business to obtain to while they were up in fucking, where is that? Wherever that fucking 9th District courthouse is in Michigan.
I don't know. I don't know much.
I forget exactly where it is, but and the reason why I found that interesting is because when I had talked to him before all this, and me and him were still on good terms, what kind of started getting me suspicious is the fact that he had, I don't know if he slipped up telling me or if he intended to, but he told me that him and his fucking wife or whatever she is, Lisa, fucking they would have a meeting with somebody from Department of Homeland Security twice a month.
DHS, my favorite people.
You know,
when I outed their first agent, bro, I told you, I'll never forget this. Their undercover officer shows up at my fucking door, right? And they were trying to pretend to be Mormons. This is no fucking lie. So him and this fucking like 80-year-old fucking guy show up at my door. So I got an old guy and a guy so jacked he can't fit in his white button-down shirt. And I'm talking shit because I'm a douchebag. And I'm going on, and they're asking me about Trump election and all this shit and what you think will happen if Hillary won. And I'm fucking with him so bad. And this dude's all pissed off. So, long story short, I think it was Judge Janine Shapiro was filling in for Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this motherfucker as a guest on her fucking show. He's an undercover DHS officer. I'm like, I look at my wife and I said,
everywhere, dude.
I'm like, that's the motherfucker at my fucking door.
Dude, you fucking turn the lights on at a fucking Patriot meeting and they're going to fucking scatter like roaches.
Bro, I tell you what, like I said, for me, I have a bad tendency, like, I don't give a shit. Like, if you're going to arrest me, just fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I was just that person in the Patriot movement. Any motherfucking Fed that I knew was an actual Fed, because we had resources. You know what I'm saying? We didn't just make assumptions. We had fucking resources.
Well, see, I thought that we did too.
Yeah, but dude, we used to do a lot of shit. I mean, I had access to military files, so if someone said they were in the military, I knew everything they fucking did, and I knew what they were lying about. Because remember, in the Patriot movement, everybody thought they were a Marine sniper when it wasn't the truth.
Fucking, what's the other one? A Marine sniper or a fucking expeditionary unit? Expeditionary unit.
But dude, I would search military records. You know how I found that one DHS officer in what was it? 3% United Patriots. This is how I found her. I literally, dude, I searched court records in other states of where she fucking lived until I actually found out what she fucking did. Dude, I searched everything. I mean, but I had resources all over. Military records, fucking, I could pull anybody's license, anything. If they drove up in a car, I'd pull that license plate. I had fucking access to everything, and that's how I outed her for the first time. You know, I thought she was a Fed. I didn't know she was DHS until I found out she was DHS. And then her brother turned out to be DHS too.
Biden and the Pope are the main problem, not the motherland. We just want to be left alone.
Well, the Pope is definitely one of the problems. This new fucking Pope is the most corrupt motherfucker I've ever seen.
Right.
But listen, I'm gonna get hopping off here. I gotta fucking get moving.
So first off, I did have a poll out, so I'll go ahead and end it real quick. I don't know if you checked the poll or not when I put it out.
Yeah, I checked it.
I had 32 votes. I said, should mothers that keep children from dads out of spite be arrested and lose the kids permanently? 68% of those 32 votes said yes. 31% must be angry fucking bitches.
Yeah, I think they should go to jail for life.
I think they should be put under the jail for life. You know, plain and simple. But hey, man, like I said, I'm sure you're curious about that little stream there that I'm going to have to.
I'm curious because I'll put it on my big screen because I got to be able to see faces. I'm on my phone right now, so it's tough to see who's who.
But you're curious because it's some old shit tied to some shit.
Well, dude, listen. Regardless of me being out of the organizations, I'm still a part of the organizations. I'm always going to be known as Mike the 3%er. Yeah. I'm always going to be known as Mike Rage, the 3%er. Like, I influenced and helped build those organizations from the first two. So, I mean, you know, and that's why I tell people, like, they don't understand. I'm like, you guys are around where there's 640 fucking organizations or groups. I was around since there was 2. So, it's, you know, I'm always going to be a 3%er at heart.
Yep.
You know, but I still have a lot of animosity and bitter feelings, though, bro. I can't lie.
A lot of reservations.
I cannot lie. I'm still very well. Actually, I've come to peace with a lot of shit, but I'm definitely an angry motherfucker about a lot of things.
There's still quite a few people. If I ever got nose to nose with, they probably wouldn't have a nose again.
Oh, I've been there, bro. I've had people who thought they were tough and saw me at rallies, and then they just like kind of bitched out, or they
That's
came up.
Usually what happens with dude. That's usually what happens with me when people actually meet me in person the first time, because you know these cameras and them and what you see is pretty deceptive. You know, once you see someone in real life and you're standing face to face with them, you tend to. A lot of times it tends to change your opinion about shit real fast. But
I'll tell you what. You know how it is. But go ahead, bro. I'm going to get running. I got to get
I just want to tell you, man, I appreciate you for coming up, rocking out, man.
Oh, I love you, bro. Thanks for having me. Fucking no one else came on, man. It's surprising.
Well, Red did. Oh,
he
was up for a minute. But, you know, much love to you too, man. I'm glad you and your wife appreciate the platform. You know, I said, I just try to give a place to where people can actually come and actually speak and have discussions and, you know, talk about all these things. You know what I mean?
Dude, there's a lot of people don't know, man. And that's the crazy thing. Like some people never even heard of the 3% of the organizations or knew anything about this.
That's funny because it's a white supremacist group now.
Yeah, I'm a domestic terrorist.
So am I. Funny how that works.
Yeah.
Funny how I'm a domestic terrorist because I love my country, but people that want to burn my country down to the ground are patriots and protesters.
Dude, you know how slandered I got just for being on the border?
Oh, dude, I can only imagine.
I got slandered for being on the border to protect this country, to stop human trafficking and all the bullshit fentanyl coming in. And I got crucified for that too.
But yeah. I'm gonna get off here too. I'm gonna send you out with this, Mike. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming up, man. I'm sure we'll see you around, probably on Guns and Butter or one of my streams later on. But this is for you, brother. Them double whips crack me up, man. For real. That fucking shit cracked me up when I saw it. But yeah, thanks, Mike, for coming up. Thanks, Fred, for coming up. Thanks to all you guys that rocked out with us for the last 4 hours. T96, Vladimir, Dakota Hayes, Black Watch, Ja coming through. I ain't seen you in a hot minute. Glad you came through, buddy. Had Nunya up in here. if you guys haven't yet, make sure you go and check out the Not So Commonly Common podcast hosted by Nunya and James and Patrick. They're a bunch of good guys, great podcast. Go check them out. We had Lawrence up in here. Cyber was up in here. You know, a lot of the same regular folks. Thanks again to Beak for the $20 Cash App, and as well thanks to God damn, my brain hurts. Georgia Swan for the $10 PayPal. Like I said, we appreciate all the support we can get over here. As you saw, I got something coming up, and I got another thing on the pipeline for next week too. I ended up running across a debate with, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Vaush, but I'm sure some of you have, where Vaush and this girl Vaush, they have a discussion on whether or not trans men and women are really men and women. And it's actually a really interesting debate that I would like to break down. It's mainly because Vaush is a piece of shit and I don't like him. And then we got that old video of some information when the guys up in Michigan got arrested that I'm going to share again with everybody. That way the new folks that are coming can see that. And some of the stuff that I might have been involved in, allegedly. But yeah, and then we'll get back to the TikTok fuckery because, you know, we know how much you guys love that, but I needed to take a break from that debauchery for a while, man. That shit was giving me a headache. But, you know, I appreciate everybody. If you're catching this on the restream, make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to help donate, the links are always in the description panel. And if you're coming through, make sure you put a comment in the comment section, man. It helps push the stream into the algorithm and helps get us more traffic. And we've actually done a pretty good job of building the island of misfit toys over here into a pretty decent community, and it just keeps getting bigger, you know. And we'd like to try and get more people over here, more diverse ideas and different ideas. That way we can actually have different discussions going on. You know, I'm not a big fan of echo chambers. I don't like it when everybody agrees. I like to have differing opinions, just because differing opinions actually push for intellectual discussion, and it forces people to think outside of their comfort zone, so to speak. With that being said, appreciate y'all, and I'll see you next time. Deuces. Where are you? There. Nope, that ain't the one. Where'd you go? There you go.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos?
It's fair.
So that they hear me loud and clear if they ever want to beef with me. Not a racist, I hate equally. Get in my face in black or white, it doesn't matter, I'ma break your teeth. It's like Joyner broke the internet, we're not a racist, and the song was great, but truthfully what I'm amazed with is the racist in response to it. Black people saying a white dude snapped, but a black dude didn't in response to it. Listen, I'ma make this black and white, get it black and white, skip it, let me get back to writing, and back to writing. I don't mean writing songs, I mean writing wrongs. That's the type of shit I'm on till my life is gone. I'm a rapper and an activist. Fuck it, I'm a raptivist. Trying to change the world, not just getting y'all to clap the shit. I give a fuck how they react to this, cause that's been a deciding factor. If I did half of this shit, I haven't. Cause the truth is, I've been here for years, you just now see me. Proof big, you can all thank Nick, cause he now a genie. Cause I wish the motherfucker would and you did. I don't start shit, all I start is movement. Like, guess I gotta make this shit in black and white. I don't give a shit about who black or white. Racists trying to make it so we can unite. Keep talking fuck shit, motherfucker.
Nobody panics when things go according to plan. If tomorrow I tell the press that, like, a gangbanger will get shot, nobody panics. Because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well, then everyone loses.